Welcome to Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021, co-hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea and the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. My name is Lee Sang-hoon, researcher at the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security at KNDA. It's a great honor to be your host today. The forum is broadcasted live on KNDA's official YouTube channel, KNDA Live. We have two channels, English and Korean. Please check out both and choose the channel you're comfortable with. Also, don't forget to leave your questions or comments in the live chat box during the session. We will choose top questions or comments to present gifts. Winners of the event will be announced in KNDA official Facebook and Instagram account on October 14th. To start off this year's forum, I would like to first welcome His Excellency Hong Hyun-ik, Chancellor of Korea National Diplomatic Academy, for his opening remark.
Distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for the Korea National Diplomatic Academy to jointly host the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021 with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. I would like to thank all of you for taking part in this forum. COVID-19 is taking its toll on everyday lives around the world as we are here today. I believe the NEPC Forum 2021 will be a meaningful opportunity for participants from Northeast Asia and the Asia-Pacific region to come together online to discuss regional peace, cooperation, and safety during these very challenging times. The NEPC Forum is part of the NEPC Platform project, which was launched by the government of the Republic of Korea to foster regional cooperation in Northeast Asia. As a key mechanism for multilateral dialogue, the NEPC Platform aims to broaden joint efforts to tackle emerging transnational threats in the region. It pursues an open and flexible approach to regional cooperation and welcomes the participation of regional bodies and willing partners from other regions. Through this forum, we seek to create and advance a community of dialogue and cooperation for peace, prosperity, and safety in Northeast Asia. It's also linked to the new Southern policy and the new Northern policy through which the Korean government seeks to promote exchanges and cooperation with East Asia, including ASEAN, South Asia, the Western Pacific region, and the Eurasian continent. Ladies and gentlemen, but challenges are tasks ahead of us for regional peace, safety, and prosperity remain daunting. Long-standing historical and territorial disputes continue to affect the political dynamics in Northeast Asia, stunting efforts at bilateral and multilateral cooperation. And the competition of major powers seems most intense in Northeast Asia. Northeast Asia is also characterized by rising nationalism, security competition, arms race, nuclear proliferation, while lacking of regional cooperation and security dialogue mechanisms. There is no denying that Northeast Asia is the only region that lacks a regional joint response measures in the face of regional conflicts, disputes, large-scale disasters, and transnational security threats. But to look on the bright side, Northeast Asia is a region with a long history and tradition of exchange, cooperation, and peaceful coexistence. In Northeast Asia, the period of peaceful coexistence in the region was much longer than the period of conflict. Northeast Asian countries have continued efforts to coexist and promote peace and prosperity. Such efforts have facilitated bilateral and mini multilateral cooperations and forged active cooperation in various spheres, such as politics, economy, and culture throughout East Asia and the Asia-Pacific region. In 2019, the leaders of 3 Northeast Asian countries adopted the trilateral cooperation vision for the next decade, reaffirming that the 3 countries share an everlasting history and infinite future. President Moon Jae-in, Premier Li Keqiang, and Prime Minister Shinzo Abe agreed to develop a future-oriented cooperation model featuring peace, friendship, and mutual benefit to make the trilateral cooperation a platform for peace, stability, and regional cooperation. I am convinced that the arrangement of the NEPC Forum itself embodies the spirit of the agreement reached at the Trilateral Summit. And I firmly believe that this forum is a valuable channel through which participants explore ways to turn this agreement into a concrete plan of action. Political leaders, eminent experts, and many other participants of the forum have so far underscored the need to advance trust and cooperation in Northeast Asia and beyond, and agreed on the importance of bold and innovative solutions to foster regional cooperation. Of course, not all of the ideas and perspectives shared at the forum have been translated into concrete policy decisions. But despite a broad array of limitations and obstacles, one thing remains clear: we must continue to work together and stimulate constructive discussions on regional peace, cooperation, and safety. The NEPC Forum has promoted the concepts like security through peace and sustainable peace and prosperity through dialogue and cooperation. This is because the future that peace and cooperation will bring is much more appealing and beneficial than the future we might face by choosing otherwise. It's in this context that the NEPC Forum strives to find ways through dialogue and cooperation to resolve differences and conflicts. It also seeks joint responses to traditional security issues as well as non-traditional security issues emerging in the region. The ultimate goal of the forum is to transform deep-seated disputes and conflicts in Northeast Asia into peaceful coexistence and co-prosperity. Many global challenges facing Northeast Asia and beyond, such as the return of power politics, the coronavirus pandemic, environmental destruction, climate change, extreme weather, frequent outbreaks of large-scale disasters, cannot be resolved by any single country acting alone. This is why the NEPC Forum and other efforts at boosting regional cooperation are truly necessary right now. I hope today's discussions will help us chart a brighter, more peaceful future. Let's bring the insights of scholarship to discuss ways to bring peace and cooperation to Northeast Asia and beyond. Distinguished guests, it's possible to build a peaceful, safe, and prosperous community in the Northeast Asian region only if governments, experts, and civil society remain strongly committed to our common vision and act accordingly. I would like to once again thank all of you for joining the NEPC Forum 2021. I look forward to working continuously with you in the years ahead to promote peace and prosperity in Northeast Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor, for your remarks, which bring our attention to the importance of regional peace, safety, and prosperity in Northeast Asia. To celebrate a kickoff of the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021, we have prepared a very special video message from both the public and experts devoted to the peace of Northeast Asia. I hope you enjoy the video, and we also encourage you to give your own thoughts about today's discussions through the live chat at KNDA Live.
저는 때로는 경쟁하며 때로는 협력하며 함께 미래를 꿈꿀 수 있는 동북아시아에서 살고 싶습니다.
さまざまな文化の結節点となり、世界をリードすることができる北東アジアに住みたいです。
我理想当中的居住地呢，一定是有非常漂亮的美景、好山好水，还有许多不同种类的小动物。
Tôi muốn sống một nơi thoải mái và an toàn.
여행을 하더라도 친구네 집에 온 것처럼 친근한 상호 호의와 신뢰를 가진 동북아시아가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
Think if China, Japan, Korea, and all the other nations were working together, how much further they could get. It would be very impressive to see what a unified East Asia with common goals could get done.
Is a region where countries and people live together harmoniously, pursuing their liberty and happiness. We need to make conscious efforts to live together, because nations in the region have tended to focus on their own and sometimes somehow narrow interests, and for this, to compete with each other so far. Competition is unavoidable and sometimes necessary. But competition should not rule out the necessities of cooperation for the common good in the region.
20 years ago, the Trilateral Cooperation was initiated to meet the challenges imposed on us by Asian financial crisis, and 10 years ago was strengthened to meet the challenges and difficulties created by even larger scale crisis, the world financial crisis. And the history of trilateral cooperation told us that only cooperation can create opportunities amidst crisis. So whatever difficulties and challenges we may face today, be firm on our shared future and concentrating on our common interest will help us to exert ourselves to a peaceful and cooperative Northeast Asia.
I would like to emphasize sustainability and understanding. Let me talk about sustainability first. Many leaders agree about the necessity and the importance of cooperation in Northeast Asia. However, it is very difficult for these issues to be prioritized in national policy. This is because it is not easy to discuss cooperation first in a situation where there are many other conflict issues related to history, security, and diplomacy. However, issues such as COVID-19, disasters, and climate changes are mid to long-term issues that we need to continuously prepare for. The second is understanding. We need to be careful about making assumptions about others because they are similar to us in some ways. In fact, each country faces different situations and responds in different ways. Therefore, we need to be understanding when considering each country's situation and perspective.
I hope, considering today's trends of the huge expansion of the national activities by local government and people, the forum may consider to have a session where the theme to promote cooperation among central governments by utilizing the framework of the context and exchange by local governments and the citizens will be discussed. And also, the light of the public diplomacy, of which importance is being highly recognized these days, I hope the forum may develop the idea to help local government engage more in their international activities so that the people and local governments become pioneers who blaze a trail for the peace and cooperation in Northeast Asia.
I hope the forum develops tangible ideas for Northeast Asian peace and cooperation. Let me name 3 of them in various fields. A coordinated and simultaneous detailed offer by South Korea, the US and Japan to offer North Korea to open liaison offices in Pyongyang as a credible Northeast Asian coordination between the 3 powers. A new political campaign to design future-oriented Northeast Asian policies with Japan after the Japanese election, like a state-sponsored youth exchange program. Or a new initiative to cooperate in Northeast Asia in a topical field, e.g. in renewable energy and energy networks, including China, and with a standing offer to North Korea to participate.
Well, what's distinctive about Northeast Asia is that we have different political systems, and also that it combines some very large and important countries, including the United States, China, Russia. And so it seems to me that the risk of conflict among these countries is quite acute. Certainly now we see a competitive and somewhat adversarial relationship between the United States and China. And there's always the risk that these 6 countries will split into 2 blocks. So I think that is one of the most important features of our effort to develop a multilateral consultation mechanism, at least, is to reduce the risk of having these 2 blocks.
So we are witnessing a very important geopolitical competition in all areas, economic, political, security, technology in the region. And therefore it's very important that regional cooperation is transparent, is fair, rule-based, and takes place. We need to work more together. We need to consult more. We need to talk more to all parties, and we need to build trust in the region, especially to overcome historical difference. And that is important, and we are there here to help build this cooperation and partnership.
Nurturing a spirit of cooperation among people and nations is necessary. Political leaders should play their roles for their purpose, instead of attempting to exploit people's sense of difference for their narrow political advantages. In particular, in this time of COVID-19 quarantine and consequent relative social isolation, we all need to make extra efforts to stay away from being too much inward-looking. We should be more open-minded and take other people's needs into our consideration.
As one of the major pillars for Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform, the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum is an important intellectual venue, gathering governments, international organizations, NGOs, and civil society to discuss opinions on the most pressing issues for regional cooperation. The theme of this year's forum is rather timely to provide urgently needed intellectual public goods for regional efforts in formulating the post-pandemic revitalization. And I expect the forum could further encourage an open and free discussion on regional situations, and the present speakers could voice out rational, constructive, objective, and professional opinions and recommendations for policymakers' reference. so to lead the regional public opinion and the efforts toward a conducive atmosphere on regional peace and cooperation.
Well, I thank the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum for giving me this opportunity to just express with short messages these ideas, but it's a good platform for multilateral dialogue on how we can promote cooperation in a region which really needs cooperation. The Northeast Asia region is a region which doesn't have any regional architecture. In the south we have ASEAN, in other continents we have different settings at regional level, which certainly help to build up trust, to down lower tensions, and build more regional-led initiatives. Let me say to end that in the current situation and after this very difficult crisis that the whole world has passed together, we will probably find a world that is more digital, certainly more Asian, more unequal, more multipolar and more conflictual. And therefore it's the time to look at multilateralism, to regionalism as a way to reach and address these challenges, especially in the health, climate and security one.
Well, I certainly would like to extend my congratulations and greetings to the organizers and all of the participants in your forum. South Korea has always been in the vanguard of promoting multilateral cooperation in Northeast Asia, and your leadership and your partnership with us at the Institute on Global Conflict and Cooperation have been really wonderful, and I hope it will continue into the future.
Thank you all for sharing your valuable opinion for a more peaceful and cooperative Northeast Asia. We will have a short break before the first session. Once again, today's forum is broadcasted live on KNDA's official YouTube channel, KNDA Live. We have two channels, English and Korean. Please check out both and choose the channel you're comfortable with. Also, don't forget to leave your questions and comments in the live chat box during the session. We will choose top questions or comments to present gifts. Winners of the event will be announced in KNDA official Facebook and Instagram account on October 14th. Session 1, a roundtable discussing Northeast Asia peace and cooperation and the way forward, will begin shortly at 10:30 Korean Standard Time. Please stay tuned. Now, we will start the first session. Please welcome the moderator of the session, Professor Kim Tae-hwan from Korea National Diplomatic Academy. Professor Kim, now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Tae-hwan Kim, Korea National Diplomatic Academy. You know what? I'm so much honored to have a chance to moderate this first session of the 2021 NAPC, Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. Thank you very much joining us on and offline, and also welcome to the forum. Our first session is based on the topic Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation and the way forward. That's I think it's a tough question indeed. But then as a moderator, I really would like to bring up the notion of, first of all, the regional community, regional security community. Many pundits, of course including Dr. Karl Deutsch back in 1950s, they actually have talked about a lot about the conditions, or if you like, requisites for a regional community, regional security community. Among others, those include, first of all, the shared identities and common values and social, cultural, and also economic interdependence through very intimate interactions and transactions. Last but not least, what is important also the presence of collective beliefs in the community, that the members of a community resolve their dispute through a peaceful ways without resulting violence or war. I think that's a notion of regional community probably on which many pundits would agree. But the thing is that, given the Northeast Asian reality, well, I should say that it's we indeed have a long way to go building a Northeast Asian regional community. There are numerous setbacks, hurdles, obstacles, and challenges on different dimensions: geopolitical dimension, social cultural dimension, economic dimension, and political dimension. So I expect today's discussion in this session would be focused on those challenges that we are faced with today, the way forward to building a Northeast Asian regional community, and however distant the future, and however idealistic it might be. But then as a moderator, I would strongly suggest panels of today should consider the visionary notion of Northeast Asian regional community as a visionary reference point when we discuss today's topic. Right. So we have again, invited 6 distinguished, I mean literally distinguished scholars and experts from 6 different countries in Northeast Asia. So I'm so much honored to introduce today's panels in the first session in alphabetical order. So first of all, we have Professor Enkhvaigali Biambasuren. I'm concerned my pronunciation and name is okay? Okay, thank you very much. Professor Biambasuren is former advisor to the President of Mongolia, former General Director, Institute for Strategic Studies. Okay. And we have the only person who is present in person here, Professor Chun Jae-sung of Seoul National University on behalf of Korean side. And his role actually doubles this year as the president of Korean Association for International Studies, which is the most representative political scientists association in Korea. And we have joining us online from Moscow, we have Mr. Alexander Gaviev, He is a senior fellow and chair, Russia in the Asia Pacific program at Carnegie Moscow Center. Alexander, good to see you here. And we have Professor Stephen Haggart, Lawrence and Sally Cross Professor, Korea Pacific Studies at the University of California, San Diego. Thank you for joining us today. And we have Professor Soeya Yoshihide. He is currently Professor Emeritus at Keio University. Good to see you again, online. Last but not least, of course, we have Professor Su Hao. He is Professor at China Foreign Affairs University. We're gonna actually deal with some. I'm gonna pose some questions to each. Every panelist. And then because we have very limited time here, I would ask you to make your answers not too long. Now, hopefully, couple of minutes to answer per question, 2 to 3 minute answer per question. All right. My first question to all the panelists is basically about today's world politics, bipolarity versus multipolarity. We all know that particularly, Sino-American rivalry, has been expanding, particularly in the new Biden administration, expanding from the realms of military security, economics and trade, and technology into the realm of values. Okay, so the two great powers rivalry, they usually call it strategic rivalry, is that I would say that it's almost like all frontal, including the value front. So as a result, there is an intensifying bifurcation of values in the world, or I would call it blockization of values between liberalism, centering around the United States on the one hand, and counter-liberalism or anti-liberalism centering around Beijing, as well as Moscow. Okay. So my first question is this: are we witnessing the emergence of a new Cold War in the region, or for that matter, on the global arena? What would you say to that? Why don't we start with Professor Biabasuren, please?
Thank you. Thank you for organizers of such an amazing forum. If you want to be a little bit more practical, we have to remember that the world has benefited much from international cooperation, multilateralism, and globalization till now. The term of Cold War should not be understood as same as the first Cold War that emerged in absence of the current world order. The debates are overlooking the fact that there were no well-established multilateral institutions and no interdependency between economies during the Cold War. So multipolarity brought us new challenges, of course, and also brings us new rooms, more rooms to cooperate. Even though there are gaps between ideologies, values, and systems, yet we have to see that there are real common interests of all countries. And there are so many common interests and challenges like overcoming pandemic and nuclear proliferation, peacekeeping, and climate change, and natural disasters, and macroeconomic stability, especially in Northeast Asia. We think that countries should focus more on real common interests, multilateral cooperation, especially for regional security, and it's gaining more and more importance than ever.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Why don't we go directly to Mr. Alexander Gubayev?
Thank you so much, Professor Kim. I guess that this notion of comparison, that the current competition between the US and China to the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union is a little bit off. I would compare this probably more to Germany and Great Britain before World War I. Yes, the American side particularly wants to point out that this is a struggle between the forces of democracy and terrible authoritarianism manifested by China and some of its partners. I guess that the ideological dimension is indeed important, but it's not as important as it used to be during the original Cold War. This one is much more about rough power competition between the two great powers. If you look at the group of American allies, not all of them are really flourishing democracies. Just look at some American partners in the Middle East. So I think that the division lines here are much more blurred. And then China doesn't have the bloc that the Soviet Union used to have of like-minded communist nations. China is on its own, and it's also a much more formidable competitor compared to the Soviet Union. Soviet Union could compete on the military security metrics, but then it was really backward in terms of technology, except for military technology, and its economy was not delivering. China, I think, is a peer competitor on many metrics, and that's the big difference between the original Cold War and the competition we're seeing now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. How about you, Mr. Professor Su Hao? Or what is your take on a new Cold War? Professor Su, would you please make you now currently mute? We don't hear you. Professor Su, you okay? Probably there might be some connection problem. Why don't we then, Su? Is it okay to continue? No. Microphone.
Okay, right.
What? That's good. Yeah, we clearly hear you.
Sorry, all right. Turn off the microphone. Actually, I would argue that at the moment we are talking about the new Cold War, which is the kind of the power politics in the 20th century. That is this kind of the confrontation between the so-called liberalism and the totalitarianism. But now, regarding the Chinese-American relation in the 21st century, it's not the same format like that. So I think that's the confrontation between the liberalism and the counter-liberalism is somehow simplified the pattern between China and the United States, and even the pattern in the Northeast Asia international relations. So I would argue that at the moment, we are on the threshold of the evolution of history. Move forward in the 21st century, or some common or even political force try to draw back the history into the 20th century. But the reality for us is that we are already in the 21st century. So somehow the situation, the quality of situation already changeable quite a lot. So I think that we should think something or even do something beyond the existing pattern of international framework. So I would argue that now China and the United States, we are the part of human being. So we cherish our human common values. So now we're talking about value, like freedom, democracy. This all is cherished by Chinese and Americans. So we share common ground regarding this kind of the value. But I would argue that something regarding the value, something more beyond democracy and freedom, like the fairness and justice, or even something more contributed by some other nations or other civilizations. So we should have the broader spectrum to define the relation between China and the United States.
Okay.
So in this regard, we should think and do something more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It appears that three of us, three panels of 6 out of 6, meaning that 5% of our panels, they all, have some very strong reservations defining the current situation as a new Cold War. Why don't we turn to Professor Sueya? You also have a strong reservations, Professor Sueya.
Yes, yeah, thank you. It's good to see you all, and thank you indeed for inviting me. I think back to this. I've been there sometime 2 years ago. Perhaps I miss those years.
Right.
I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, and normalcy will come back. Yeah. Well, I think there is a danger that things could move in that direction, but it's too early to say that, I would think. And largely because both the United States and China look at the bilateral relationship in a little more complex context. And the American, I think Secretary Blinken has been saying this a few times. That is, U.S.-China relations have, three dimensions, and one is adversarial, and second, it's competitive, and the third, it's cooperative. And I think it's a combination of those three. And in terms of adversarial, context, of course, geopolitical, competition and value issues may be more complex, but at the moment, the value thing is also, I think, to be categorized in this, somewhat adversarial, relationship. And economically, I think it's essentially competitive. And in economics, competition is not necessarily a bad thing. And, just remembering the recent case of Evergrande, incident, it's affecting, the economic realities of other countries, including, Western, US, Japan, and European countries, particularly in the stock market. And so decoupling, economic decoupling, I think is not going to happen. It's impossible. And somehow they will have to continue to manage the economic dimension, and including, some competitive aspects. And the cooperative thing is obvious. I mean, for Biden administration, global, climate change is one of the top priority agenda. And there, of course, U.S. and China will have to continue to, work together. And so altogether, I think at the moment, U.S. and China are to manage this complex relationship. And Biden is saying working with allies and friends is important for the United States. So this is something which is going to affect all of us. I mean, all of us have to also think about this complex relationship in terms of kind of 3 dimensions, and how this would fare in the process, I think, is going to decide the future. Yeah, but which we don't know, but we can talk about hopes maybe later.
Professor, you're such an optimist. All right, why don't we turn to...
What do you mean? What part of my remark was optimistic?
I mean, you said that Washington and Beijing could well manage the confrontational relations. They
will have to manage it.
Have to, or they will? That's a big difference there.
I don't know. So, yeah.
Okay.
That's
then I withdraw your labeling you as such an optimist. Okay. What about you, Chae-sung? What is your thought?
Well, my answer will be not yet, but there is a growing possibility of us going into the new Cold War type of confrontation. If you look back upon the 20th century experience, Cold War was a bipolarity based on the military parity between the United States and the former Soviet Union. But if you look at the military balance between the United States and China, still there is a big imbalance between two countries. But in a couple of decades, probably China will reach a military parity with the United States, according to the growth rate of the Chinese economy and China's will to grow their military power. So we'll see. Second, the mutual economic interdependence between the United States and China, which is not witnessed in the U.S. and former USSR relations. The U.S. import from the former USSR was less than 2 or 3% of U.S. GDP as a whole. So barely non-existence between the US and the Soviet Union. But now there's a very close interconnected relations or economic interdependence between the US and China. But we are witnessing very rapid decoupling of the global supply chain. So the United States is trying to build a resilient economy, which actually excludes, to some extent, the Chinese influence. And third, we are confronting the common existential threat, as Professor Soya indicated, which is a COVID-19 crisis and also rapidly deteriorating climate change, which United States and China should cooperate with to cope with that challenge. But as we witnessed in the first phase of COVID-19 crisis, there was a zero-sum game type of competition between US and China, and still there is a competition who will lead this stage of the public health problem. So all in all, we'll see, but there is a Thucydides trap type of prediction, which will be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So what we plan and how we can cooperate with other countries will be a very important point in the future.
Thank you. I think the last point you made, it's very important, and that's the reason why we gathered today here. All right, Professor Haggard, could I have your thoughts on a new Cold War?
Sure. Well, one of the advantages of going last, of course, is I can summarize the wisdom of my good colleagues. And so my task in some ways is easier. I'll just make three very quick points. I mean, the first that all of the panelists have emphasized is that the economic relationship between not just the United States, but the rest of Asia and Europe with China is just completely different than that between those countries in the Soviet Union. And the result of that is there's some constraining effect, which is coming from the fact that decoupling, even if it's going on at the margin, is just not going to happen. The entanglement is too deep. These are problems that simply have to be managed. On the other hand, I might be disagreeing with my colleagues that I think we do ourselves a disservice to underplay the differences that are emerging between China and its neighbors, including the United States. I just don't think we're going to have a realistic and honest relationship if we don't acknowledge those differences. But I think that the one thing that all of the panelists have said is that it's incumbent on the United States, China, and the allies of both to try to find what we call bright spots, which are areas where we can cooperate, not because of altruism, but because we have a common interest in cooperating. And one theme I think this panel should come back to is whether the Korean Peninsula itself is a potential bright spot where China, the United States, Russia, and all the five parties share a common interest in seeing a solution.
Good. Well, thank you very much. I really like your expression, the importance of acknowledging the differences. Well, I think that is a very important point. But then you know what, Professor Haggard, I just on purpose made you the last runner of the first question because I have an additional question for you. The thing is that you recently published a book, Backsliding, Democratic Backsliding, co-authored with Robert Kaufman. I had a chance to review the book for the English journal Global Asia, and which is I think it's a great contribution to the literature of democracy. Which your book is very compact, but then it's well written and adopted very decent methodology. So in that book, you and Professor Kaufman argued that the democratic backsliding was actually triggered by what you call political polarization within democratic societies. But we all know that, But we all know that President Biden, since he became the president of the United States, has been adopting the frame of quote and unquote democracy versus authoritarianism, then probably it's believed that for the purpose of countering a rising China, together with like-minded countries, i.e., democratic countries, right? My question is that to what extent is democratic backsliding related to the rise of what is the so-called illiberal states like China and Russia? Because you pinpointed the political polarization within those democratic societies. So how is it related to external factors, the rise of China and Russia?
Well, let me just go back and say something very briefly about the evolution of the political landscape at the global level. Beginning in the 70s and into the 80s in Southern Europe and Latin America and other countries in East Asia, including South Korea, you saw this apparent wave of democratization where the number of democracies was growing very rapidly. But sometime around, different people have different dates, 2004, 2005, somewhere in there, this starts to plateau. And then, of course, you have two regimes, China and Russia, that from the perspective of the United States would be seen as authoritarian great powers on the scene. But again, I come back to the same point. This is my realist side. It's critical for the United States to figure out how to engage with regimes that are not like itself. We will, of course, cooperate with democratic partners. It's something we've always done. It's become more important in the post-Cold War period. But that doesn't mean an end to cooperation with regimes that are different than ours. And so it gets back to me to this point of bright spots and the importance of finding common interests to mute these potential polarization at the global level.
Thank you very much, Professor Haggard, for your insightful answer. My second question would be on again, the recent American initiative in the Indo-Pacific region. We're talking about free and open a lot about the free and open Indo-Pacific and the quadrilateral security dialogue. And most recently, last month, the three countries announced the AUKUS, tripartite military partnership between and among the United States, UK, and Australia. The core of the partnership will be provision of support for Australia, building nuclear-propelled submarines. We all know that. There are some, pros and cons, but then there are some, concerned voices that the AUKUS might trigger another, spiraling round of arms race in the region, and even there's a possibility of diluting the NPT regime in the region. Okay. Well, obviously, the AUKUS appears to me that illustrates that the conventional notion of balance of power politics is at work in the region. Okay. So my specific question is that is it the conventional notion of balance of power? Is it currently the only viable option available to sustain peace in the region? Is it really compatible with the notion of regional security community that I mentioned in the earlier in the session? That's my question. Why don't we go in reverse order this time? Professor Haggard, would you please be the first one to answer the question?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot this time. Huh? So let me state that my belief on this, which is I don't think that the Indo-Pacific strategy is any different than U.S. grand strategy in East Asia over the entire course of the post-World War II period. The United States has always sought to maintain a naval presence in the region and to maintain a string of allied and friendly countries. I mean, that's, something that it's always done. And the Indo-Pacific concept is really just an extension of that grand strategy to possibly include different or deepening relationships with new partners like Indonesia and India. But the main thing I want to say about the Indo-Pacific strategy is we can't look at this as something which is dictated top-down by the United States. The United States doesn't have the capability of getting countries to align with the United States. Those countries are turning to the Indo-Pacific concept because they believe it meets their interests in a landscape which is becoming more complicated by China's incredible economic rise, for which it should be justly proud. I mean, it's just an incredible achievement of that country over the last 3 decades. But it does make its neighbors nervous. And so I think the Indo-Pacific strategy has to be seen in that wider context.
Thank you very much. Professor Su Hao, could we have your answer? Would you please focus on particularly the AUKUS?
Yeah, I think that in the past 20 years in our East Asian region, we already have something new dimension of regional society building, that is regional cooperation and even a regional integral entity to build up. But unfortunately, just recent, just 5 years maybe, so the change another direction of the regional architecture building. That means, as you mentioned, that the AUKUS or the Quad, this is the new format actually, but this is make the diverse tendency of our regional directions of the society building. So regarding in the past 20 years, we already have to move ahead of our regional cooperation like ASEAN +3, ASEAN +1, and even as the Chancellor Keynes mentioned as the trilateral cooperation between China and Japan and South Korea. So they already have the tendency of regional integration in East Asia. But I would argue that this kind of more regional integrated, but maybe the less of influence of Americans in East Asia. So the reason why American side would like to try to intrude into East Asia to make the so-called offshore balance between continental East Asia and maritime East Asia. So kind of the Quad or AUKUS is a framework of maritime coalition to be counterarms the East Asia of continent. So I mean that's kind of their blockization in East Asia. So it's not good for all of us in the region. Even make this confrontation between China and the United States, that will be the bad result for the Chinese neighbor in Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia. Reason why I don't think Korean friends would like to see this kind of things happen, and even Korean country in Southeast Asia, right? Okay. So the reason why some countries, our neighbors, worry about such kind of confrontation in the offshore balance framework. Okay.
All right, Professor Su, Korean friends may not like this. Let's see. What do you say, Jae-sung?
Well, the AUKUS is one part of the Biden administration East Asia security architecture because we have witnessed the advent of the so-called San Francisco system in which bilateral security relations are the most important components of East Asian security network. But from Biden administration, we see a very complex combination of multi-layered security networks, especially the combination of many trilaterals, including Quad and AUKUS. And AUKUS is one part of the Biden administration's new strategy. It is clearly a military alliance, I think. It's an alliance inside the alliance, based on the most credible alliance partners with the United States. And they share strategic clarity vis-a-vis China. The US and the UK have a very clear sense of the Chinese threat, whether or not it's right or wrong. And Australia from last year, as we all know, have a very clear strategic orientation toward China. So those three countries have a common strategic purposes how to deal with the Chinese threat or the rise of China. And the impact of that will be very complex. That new military trilateral will be the last resort to maintain the East Asian security status quo, not the first resort. So we'll see. But it will give us the sense that there might be some hierarchical framework inside the U.S. alliance system. So the United Kingdom and Australia will be the most prime important security partner. But what about Japan and South Korea, which have close relations with China in terms of economic interdependence and socio-cultural relations? And third will be now we see the European presence in East Asian security framework. We have already know that there are many countries like the UK and France and Netherlands and Germany who participate in the joint military drill in the Indo-Pacific region. So we'll see more and more European.
The AUKUS, the bigger in a bigger frame, which is the confrontation between continental East Asia, not simply China, continental East Asia versus maritime East Asia. Would you agree with that bigger picture, or what is your take on AUKUS?
This point was about Quad, right? What Professor Su mentioned. Quad is a kind of maritime alliance. I heard that way. If that's correct, I hope so. A few words on Indo-Pacific and Quad first. And if you just look at the joint communique from the leaders of Quad just recently in Washington, I mean, they list the comprehensive agenda. And so in that sense, I sort of agree to Steph that there isn't much huge departure from the previous practices of American external policies and strategies. And the same applies to the case of Japan, in fact, in terms of this Indo-Pacific and the Quad. I mean, they start with the coronavirus, and the climate change comes next, and then comes 5G and those technology issues and the sustainable infrastructure development, and then comes cyberspace and even education and the people exchange and so forth. It's a shopping list of all the critical agenda across the board. And so image is, I think, as what Professor Su implied, Indo-Pacific, its origin, I think, had to do with it somehow. I mean, China, one belt, one road, leading to European continent, and as well as, Silk Road and the sea Silk Road as well. And so origin had to do with this sort of divisive view of China initiated, process and US-Japan initiated process. But as it evolved, I think it has become more comprehensive, complex thing. And so there is a slight cleavage between, kind of intentional, aspect of this and actual realistic, side of this. And AUKUS. Well, how big deal it is, I'm still not quite sure, because we have yet to see how this is going to evolve as a more kind of workable, security relationship. But maybe I can say two or three things. One is, Australia-US security relationship has been very close. For many years. And this, nuclear-powered submarine assistance is going to add something important to this relationship. But I think the fact that Australia has been fighting all the American wars, after the end of the war, starting with the Korean War, Vietnam War, and more recently, Iraq War, and so this isn't going to change. So more important, perhaps implicitly important aspect of this would be the involvement of UK in the Indo-Pacific dimension. And so UK coming in. And I think is going to change to some extent the kind of dynamism of this security kind of landscape, and AUKUS is of course a critical thing in the adversary dimension that I mentioned at the outset. And so this is going to lead to some difficult, development with China, of course, and Australia-China relationship has deteriorated very rapidly recently, particularly under the Conservative Liberal Party rule on the part of Australia. But Australia used to take more relaxed, more comprehensive approach toward China. But recent years, the relationship has deteriorated. I think this is part of the background why Australia agreed to come into this framework. And I'm sure it's causing lots of domestic debates in Australia. And so the future, of course, is yet to be seen, but I think it's again, I'm not saying this in an optimistic tone, but it's too early to tell whether this is going to evolve into more realistic military sort of, alliance kind of thing or not.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your very detailed explanation on the background. Professor Biambastran, your thought on AUKUS?
Actually, both Panmunjom Declaration and the Singapore joint statement were historical steps through building mutual trust. And U.S. President Donald Trump was the first president of U.S. who met with DPRK leader in person. And now President Joe Biden announced that he will use the calibrated practical approach, which differs from Barack Obama's and also differs from Donald Trump's. And White House is expressing that they will include all regional actors in the process of through the regional peace. And U.S. State Department already expressed that U.S. is ready for dialogue with North Korea to engage in principled negotiations, and all countries in the region should support such an openness. The most important thing is now regional security in this region. And on the other side, DPRK is already facing tense food situation due to heavy rains and damaged crops, and the regime is struggling to recover from failed economic plan and made it even worse by border closing and just keeping out COVID-19 cases, but yet did not initiate vaccination and having turned down UNICEF's offer for vaccine. And these situations might imply both urgency and both opportunity for Pyongyang to be engaged in multilateral cooperation and negotiation. Hopefully, as regional security platform that engages DPRK traditionally, the Ulaanbaatar dialogue can be helpful in this process with its broader and active participation through a 1.5 track from all regional countries and from US and European countries, also international communities and media. Ulaanbaatar dialogue did not continue in 2020 and 2021 due to pandemic situations and due to international borders closed. Participation from DPRK side was not possible for an online platform, and hence, hopefully, if pandemic situation eases and gathering physically gets possible, Mongolia is planning to organize the next UBD in next June. And in our perception, Mongolia is very uniquely positioned in the region, as we have friendly relations with all Northeast Asian countries, including DPRK. As a contributor to regional peace and stability, Mongolia will continue to provide neutral ground for constructive dialogue and engagement with all formats, formal and informal formats at every level, bilateral dialogue between US and DPRK2, and also we are open for multilateral events.
Okay, good. My understanding of your intention will be you probably would like to contrast the multilateral collaboration and cooperation like Ulaanbaatar dialogue. I personally see a great potential in Ulaanbaatar dialogue to such a movement as like AUKUS. Okay, Mr. Gaviev, Alexander?
Sure. I think that a lot has been said about AUKUS. I wanted to go back to your original question, whether the military balance between the US-led bloc and China is the way forward, or we can have a more inclusive security architecture in Northeast Asia.
Good.
And I think that the bad news is that the model for this, which was established in Europe, between the Soviet Union and the United States during the last part of the Cold War is not well functioning now. So OSCE mechanism in Europe has broken down with annexation of Crimea and multiple other incidents. So there is no model that is applicable for Northeast Asia. That's one point. Second point, I think that even the arms control and ways to manage the military competition between the two superpowers is also more tricky to apply in the Asian context, because in European context we had NATO bloc and the Warsaw Pact. Here, basically, we have a network of US and its allies, while China is on its own. Russia is not a treaty ally. Pakistan is not a treaty ally. So it will be very hard to arrive at an agreement on conventional arms control. So I think that this will continue organically through a limited arms race. What's important here is to establish the protocols on preventing incidents at sea and in the air, like the Soviet Union and the US used to have. And second part of arm control is more strategic stability. It's clear that China at the current stage is not really interesting in talking about nuclear arms or any forms of arms control, because it's playing a catch-up game and wants to become peer competitor to both Russia and China. I think that bringing China to the negotiation table, like the one the US and Russia are having now, discussions in Geneva to adapt the strategic, the START treaty, is just not feasible. But once China is there, I think it might be interested in talking about limitations, verification, all the traditional arms control stuff. That's becoming increasingly challenging because it has the space element, it has the cyber element, it has the element of AI-controlled weapons, including nuclear weapons. But definitely that will be the way forward, and that's something we should all encourage. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you for your very, very interesting insight. My next question will be on South Korea. I think I personally think that this is the central question today's session. What you know we have not so bright picture of Asian geopolitical scene here. I mean, the Indo-Pacific is rapidly becoming a geopolitical cauldron. Okay, so amidst geopolitical competition, as well as the rising, nationalism, very parochial nationalism, amidst the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, what should be the role of South Korea in diluting the negative impacts of great power rivalry, and also encouraging, facilitating the construction of Northeast Asian regional community, and also including striking a breakthrough, of the stalemate in North-South inter-Korean dialogue, as well as Washington-Pyongyang dialogue. Jason, why don't you lead the answer? This is a very important question, particularly to
Korea.
Korea.
Yes. Well, when we look at the order, international order of Northeast Asia, now we are at a crossroads. That's quite sure. And there is a growing debate about what kind of desirable international order that we should have. South Korea has grown under the so-called US-led liberal rule-based international order. That's for sure. So we achieved economic development, followed by political democratization, and now cultural diversification and achievements. So South Korea should have a clear view that liberal rule-based international order is something that we have to cherish with other countries as well. First, South Korea should have a clear view of the future international order. Second, do we have policy measures? Because we achieved something, I think we have critical policy measures. For example, we have the semiconductor industry and batteries, which is very critical in the current industry in the global supply chain. And also we have a very strong military with the United States alliance. The alliance with the United States. So based on this policy means, I think South Korea can contribute to continuation and development of the South Korea's view of the future international order. And third, we have pursued the so-called middle power initiative because South Korea is a middle power with the universal values in our minds, and try to develop that initiative based on the many mechanisms such as MICTA and other international forum. And also we try to develop the norm of non-proliferation by making full use of the North Korean nuclear problem. But as we all know, we are faced with great power rivalry. But as international relations becomes more complicated, facing with emerging issues, I think the input of middle powers and weak powers becomes more important. And there is a more and more scholarly debate that international liberal order was formed not just by US efforts, but also it is co-constituted by middle powers and weak states as well. So when we have a fresh view of the current and future liberal order, then I think the role of South Korea will be viewed from a renewed perspective.
Thank you very much. Professor Soya, you are a prominent advocate of Japan as a middle power country. We all know that. And Chae-sung just mentioned about the Korea as a middle power. Middle power initiative is very important. What would you say to that? Professor
Yes,
Soya? Good.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to say that, but before that, just general points. One is, I think the issue area where South Korea can actually, lead cooperation and even, mediate conflict interests, including China and the US, would be us to North Korea issue. And if South Korea comes out, very strongly, I think everybody has to listen and respect it. And but when it comes to larger or regional issues beyond the Korean Peninsula, I think mediation between U.S. and China is a dream, and which cannot be done. Of course, by South Korea alone, and even by a group of middle powers, in my view. So when it comes to South Korea middle power diplomacy, I understand the perspective horizon is pretty much global. Right? Whenever I hear this discussion from South Korean colleagues, they tend to talk about global issues and Korea becoming an important player on the global stage as a middle power. But what I want to see more is the same perspective applied to regional dimension. what is South Korean, sort of middle power diplomacy in Northeast Asia and beyond, and even
that's
in the Pacific.
Precisely my question: the regional role of South Korea.
Yeah, even so, which we don't hear a lot in my impression, and so that's the area where South Korea should come forward more. And in this domain, as I said a moment ago, I mean, mediation between U.S. and China, theoretically it's tempting, but I think this is unrealistic. Therefore, the more important task for us here, I of course include Japan as a group of middle powers, and that's why Japan-South Korea relationship is critically important. But what we should do is to sort of create the sort of regional infrastructure, so to speak, out of our own cooperation, and stand on this. And of course, if China-U.S. attempts to crush it, they may be able to do it, but I mean, that's exactly why we have to work together to create our own sort of regional mechanisms and infrastructure upon which to deal with, the U.S.-China relationship. And this is my concept when I talk about, regional middle power cooperation. And my argument has long been Japan's focus should be placed on this. Whether Japan is middle power or not, I'm not interested in this. It's about our agenda, diplomatic and even strategic agenda. And if you begin to take issues from this perspective, I think it becomes too obvious that Japan and South Korea are the two foremost sort of countries which should work together. Not in terms of, confronting China, of course, as I said. This is very important. But because we do need our cooperation to work together to build something critical for regional stability, prosperity, and peace. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. So the importance of improving Seoul-Tokyo relationship. I totally, I cannot agree more. Professor Suhao? What should be the role of South Korea in the region, not at the global level or on the peninsula, but including the North Korean nuclear issue?
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, I was organizer for the bilateral dialogue between China and the Korean think tanks for decades. So in my personal experiences, I found that, well, somehow once there are more tensive relations between China and the United States, maybe it's the more space for the South Korea has the role in between, not only in the region, but also between China and the United States as a bridge. So at the moment, I would say that congratulations to South Korea, you have the more space as a role for the mediations or for the communication between the two blocks, actually. Just a joke, all right? But in my personal observation, I would say that I also stress the importance of South Korea in the region. First, South Korea could be the bridge between China and the United States. We know that South Korea is the Americans' allies, and also on the other side, South Korea is also a strategic cooperative partner with China. So you have a close relation between the two sides. So you can express your concern even to send a message to the two sides, and then that will be kind of the function of bridge. The second, we know that China, South Korea, United States, we share very much common ground regarding the North Korea denuclearization issue, right? So all of us would like to try to promote the process of negotiation or set some kind of pressure on North Korea to step by step to reduce their nuclear issues and even eventually to denuclearize. So this is our common ground. So at the moment, South Korea could promote more on the two sides, China and the United States, in this regard. The third, I would say China would like to agree and even supportive to their autonomous peaceful reunification between North and South Korea. So this is common ground between China and South Korea in this regard. So I would say that China would take some kind of role, somehow the bridge between North and South Korea, So in this regard, we laid good foundation for the future's reunification. That is good for the United States. So in this regard, China and the United States, China and South Korea could be working more. And the fourth, I would argue that Korea and China were the East Asian civilizational states. So we share quite a common ground. And South Korea is also engaged into the Western domain quite a lot. So that means regarding the civilization background and in context, South Korea could build the linkage between East Asia and the Western society in between. So this is also a good function for South Korea regarding the mutual learning or mutual cultural and civilizational exchange. So that's a good function for South Korea. And the last but not least, as our Japanese colleagues mentioned that economically, in Northeast Asia, China, Japan, and South Korea already have the supply chain, production chain, and even the value chain in economic context. So South Korea also have some kind of their bridge, like the semiconductor industry or some other economic sectors to invest towards both sides, United States and China. So make our more and more economic integration in the region as a whole of the Asia Pacific. So I'm optimistic to see South Korea will take the more and more functional and positive role in the region. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Suhao, thank you. Your expectation on South Korea's role is really, really ambitious, and I really agree with every single point of yours. But then you first mentioned the bridging role between the United States and China, on which Professor Soheya argued that it's quite unrealistic. What is your response to? But that's on your on top of your list of South Korea. So how could make it realistic, not unrealistic? Professor Su? Oh, it seems that we have some technical problems. Yeah, oh, good.
To me?
Please go ahead. Yeah. Did you?
Okay.
Yeah. Did you hear my question?
Yes, I can. Yeah, right. Of course, at the moment, United States would like to engage the South Korea within the framework of Quad Plus, right? Which is some kind of standoff with continental East Asia. But actually, in not real the situation in which South Korea located, right? Because South Korea as a peninsular state, right? You have the bridge with not only North Korea, but also the China in Maine. And you as an ally of the United States, we know that just a few months ago, when the President Moon went to the United States to talking about so-called their coalitions or economic and relation with the United States, but somehow Korea's president also a little bit different with some other Quad state head. So in this regard, I would say South Korea could take some function like Singaporean president in Southeast Asia. So it makes these two pillars, South Korea and Singapore, to express the real regional concern towards your allies of the United States. So make the Americans has more moderate and rational policy towards China and to redefine the Americans' role in the East Asia. Like just 2 days ago, Ms. Tsai, Americans' trade representative, say that not only decouple between China and the United States regarding economics, but also should recouple between us, right? In this regard, economically in this way, but also somehow other fields could be still the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Haggart, could I have your thought?
Well, again, much good things have been said, so I'm not going to repeat all of them. But, I think the way to think about South Korean foreign policy is in terms of multiple roles. Obviously, the middle power strategy globally as a supporter of multilateralism comes quite naturally for Korea. I actually disagree with my Japanese and Chinese colleagues, though, that I think defining an all-Asia profile for South Korea is extremely difficult. And the tensions in South Korean foreign policy emerge exactly at that level. I mean, if you compare, for example, the 2+2 statements that were issued after the Japan 2+2 and the Korean 2+2, they were the same issues, but the language was completely different because Korea was reluctant to get caught up in this great power rivalry. So I think that's the hard part for Korea. But let me just say something briefly following up on our Mongolian colleagues' comments, which I think were actually very prescient about the role that North Korea can play. And I can say more on this, but let me just say a few words. I think that South Korea's role right now, and I mean at this very moment, really rests in trying to move the ball on the North Korean issue. The Biden administration has said it's willing to talk without preconditions, and it's signaled that it's open to an incremental approach to the nuclear issue. But North Korea is not interested in talking to the United States. But it looks like it might be willing to talk to South Korea. And so my piece of advice for the Biden administration is I think we should let President Moon be President Moon. That is, I think he should be given more discretion to take some risks with respect to North Korea. We could talk about how he could do that and put the United States more in a following role at this juncture. And I think this was, in a way, the spirit of Ms. Eng Baigali's comments as well, you know, that let's let the parties in the region kind of lead this process and pull the United States back somewhat from it.
Thank you very much. Professor Haggard, you mentioned the South Korea, Seoul, should be given more discretion. Can you give me some specific examples of discretion?
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, I find this debate in the United States very strange because President Moon is always portrayed as being soft on North Korea. But where's the softness? I mean, there's just no evidence of that. I mean, he sought at every point, you know, not just simply to engage North Korea, but to enforce sanctions. And he's done that against what he would really like to do. So I'm saying we should allow South Korea to craft some possible novel solutions on the peninsula and then endorse them. And it could be something in the public health space that was cooperative, not just humanitarian assistance. The North Koreans don't like the perception that they're just the recipients of aid. Do something cooperative in public health or biotechnology with them. Or maybe some of the road and rail projects. Move something forward and see if that provides an entry point. We're stuck at the moment. I think everyone should admit that. And so taking some risk in these last days of the Moon administration seems to me something the United States should welcome.
Good. Thank you very much. I personally believe that your points are really, really well taken. Mr. Gubayev, I'm sorry, Gabiev. I'm sorry for misspell your name. Mr. Gabiev, what is your expectation on South Korea's regional role?
I think that we have covered a lot of ground. I think that one element that was missing is really economics and the geoeconomics. I think that we discussed a lot the security tensions between the great powers, very problematic behavior of North Korea. So there is this global context of competition between the two superpowers. There are multiple regional crises, but also we see the trend line of introduction of new norms and new formats. China just applied formally to join adapted TPP and was part of creation of RCEP. So I think that South Korea, which is really at the heart of logistical connectivity and telecommunications connectivity is one of the most robust and innovative economy, should really be enabler and supporter of more interconnectedness between the great powers. And I think that this geo-economic framework could be a contribution to security as well. And definitely South Korea is very well placed to play an important role here.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Professor Biambastran, what is your expectation of South Korean regional role?
Yeah, in recent changes, we are seeing a lot of positive changes, especially from side of South Korea. And besides that, I have to point out that the relations between U.S. and China is also have multi-phases, and of course there are certain issues between the two countries, but at the same time, the last call in February from side of U.S. President Joe Biden signals that there are rooms for cooperation in health and climate change and weapons proliferation. And also on this other side, U.S. and ROK jointly emphasized the commitment to complete denuclearization of Korean Peninsula. They called for full implementation of relevant UN Security Council resolutions by the international community, which is very important. And U.S. President Biden also expressed his support for inter-Korean dialogue, inter-Korean engagement and cooperation. A few days ago, on 10th September, President of Mongolia Hulusi and Republic of Korea President Moon Jae-in agreed that the deepening of relations between Mongolia and Republic of Korea, South Korea, will play an important role in strengthening regional and international peace and sustainable development. They together decided to advance bilateral relations to the level of strategic partnership. And two sides agreed that denuclearization of Korean Peninsula and establishment of sustainable peace should be resolved through dialogue. And two sides stressed the importance of dialogue and cooperation between two Koreas and exchanged views on issues of Northeast Asian security and agreed to work together to contribute to regional peace and security and prosperity. And we have to express our thanks to Republic of Korea for supporting Mongolia's Ulaanbaatar Dialogue Initiative, which is on Northeast Asian security. And meanwhile, Mongolia just finished construction of 416-kilometer domestic horizontal access railway network with solely on domestic financing. It will connect the major railroad with eastern region through Erentsau, China, Chit in Russia. It will connect to Vanino, Vostochny, Nakhodka ports in Russia, and also Dandong port in Liaoning, China. And therefore, it will contribute to connectivity between Mongolia, Russia, China, Korea, and Japan. This railroad will enable the development of 37 deposits in eastern Mongolia, increase coal transportation, and expands transit transportation routes, supporting economic corridor and Belt and Road Initiative. The construction of the railroad is very well aligned with new northern policy of ROK, and we believe that this railroad will contribute the Northeast Asia infrastructure prominently. Hence, the Tauntawa Group will be able to export at least 30 million tons of coking and thermal coal every year. It will allow Mongolia to reduce transportation costs. The railroad will allow us to reduce transportation costs and it will significantly reduce pollution of soil and air. The good news is the railway will be in use next July. And I have to point out one more issue very briefly. In 2019, the former president of Mongolia, Batul Khaltma, has encouraged 6 countries to share responsibilities for Northeast Asia Supergrid project. All presidents of China, Russia, South Korea, and Mongolia have all urged for development of the project. Such initiatives, such regional common values and interests will support our cooperation, and let's continue to have more united regional architectures in every aspect.
Thank you very much for your very specific and detailed suggestion. And I believe that there's a great room for Seoul and Ulaanbaatar to collaborate in such a project as not only Ulaanbaatar dialogue, but also the railway connections. Recently, Korean government actually took an initiative in weaving the Northeast Asian railway networks. Okay, thank you. By the way, we have some questions from audience, online audience. I just want to deliver 2 of them. The first one is from Kevin Tengonen, and I think he's a student of international relations because of his question. His question is, which one is safer and stabler international politics? Bipolarity or multipolarity? That's first question. I'm not directing these questions to all the panels, but this is only on the voluntary basis. Voluntary. The first one is bipolarity and multipolarity. Another one is from Mr. Park Sung-ha. He actually knocking the possibility of East Asian or Northeast Asian graduate school exclusively intended for nourishing the regional cooperation, specifying in regional cooperation, educating, training experts devoted to regional cooperation. 2 questions. What would you say to the suggestion? 2 questions. The first and second. Any volunteer of the panels? Jae-sung, why don't you ask the first one? Multipolarity and bipolarity.
Yes, theoretically, I think that's a very important question. How the distribution of power in international relations affect peace or antagonism in international relations. Well, we all know that the structural restraints affect the interrelations among states. Some people say bipolarity enhances stability, not peace, because there is a more simpler mechanism of monitoring each other. But multipolarity gives us more leeway, maneuvering spaces for states to make an alliance and headway for peace. Well, that's theoretical argument. I think the process and the institutions will be very important. If we have the common problems in different situations with different issue areas, I think we can develop multiple institutions in which we can enhance cooperation, which actually now face. In the current situation, we face the common problems. So regardless of the power distribution, I think we can develop more multilateral institutions in which we can cooperate. So we have to combine not just the structural perspective, but also more process-oriented institutional perspective as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Any further add up to Jae-sung's answer? Professor Su-hao? Again, your microphone.
I think that's the first question is the classical question in academic research about the IR, right? I would say that when as a professor, when I give a talk to my students, I always say that personally, I love Franklin Roosevelt's dream when they almost end the World War II. So he draws the picture or blueprint of the world. That means the concert among big powers. Okay, that original from the concept of European power in the 19th century. So at that time, President Roosevelt tried to figure out some kind of the coalition among the power in the region or in the old world after the World War II. But unfortunately, the Cold War hampers the kind of realization of the dream. And now I would say that's the time for us to try to promote the realization of this kind of the dream. But unfortunately, at the moment, United States and China also make the problem in the evolution of the kind of direction. But now it's good for us. Already it's the establishment of the G20, not only G7, but also G20, right? So this kind of platform for the major powers concert for the world. So personally, I prefer the multilaterals or multipolarity in G20 framework. So to reset the power structure in this world that belays their, not only to stabilize the situation, but also reconciled relation among the powers. That would be good for us. My question, my answer to this question like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your clear view. Professor Haggard, would you please give your answer to the second question about the idea of establishing East Asian graduate students for the purpose of educating and training expert students devoted to Northeast Asian peace and cooperation?
Well, this is easily answered from someone who's an academic who teaches at a graduate school that has a lot of Asian students. We've got terrific Chinese students and Korean students and Japanese students. So needless to say, from a self-interested perspective, I'm completely supportive of this. But there is an interesting question, and that is whether this education received in other countries actually has positive influence or not. And even though I believe it does, there are obviously other forces which drive the relationship between countries besides, educational connections.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other panels who have some opinion on East Asian, Northeast Asian graduate student? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Well, actually, I resolved my final question because we have less than 20 minutes left to go. This is my final question. I wish we could go on and on and on, but then reality doesn't say. Says otherwise. So my last question is about confidence building measures, very specific confidence building measures, both on military and non-military dimensions. One of the great setbacks the entire Northeast Asia, or for that matter, the Indo-Pacific region, is facing is a lack of trust between and among the members of the region, the countries of the region. So however long it would take, I think it's almost like necessary to get started with building up confidence between actors in the region. So my question, I would like to ask you, as specific as possible, what type of confidence building? For example, you probably all know that a couple of days ago, the North and South Korea restored the communication hotlines, which has been cut off for almost 2 months. Is that correct, Jason? Yeah. It's one of the very simple, but then it's one of the very tangible, example of a confidence building the measure. But then we have a lot. Say, for example, weaving some, transnational epistemic, intellectual epistemic communities. Okay, we all know that behind the ABM Treaty in 1972 between the United States and Soviet Union, it's already known that the sort of like a informal epistemic communities, not only in the United States but also in the Soviet Union, contributed a lot to the final conclusion of the ABM Treaty. This is only simply one historical case. So, including weaving transnational intellectual epistemic community, military measures, and in a bigger framework, we're probably talking about the regional security mechanism, not defense mechanism. Okay, what I mean is very inclusionary security, collective security mechanism based on the principle of one for all for one. Okay, since we don't have much time left, I like to ask you to be very specific and very brave. I'm really sorry. I'm demanding too much. Why don't we start with Professor Soeya? Confidence building measures.
Well, when it comes to specific things, I mean, many things are really technical, and I don't have enough knowledge to get into these. But I'm sure, practitioners are trying to talk to each other, and I mean, between the two military segments, between Japan and China, for instance, if political relationship is somewhat positive, I mean, discussions would proceed. But when there is a setback, it stops completely, that kind of thing. And so I cannot get into those things, which may be more important realistically. But just general point as usual, but specific general point. One is, we talk about trust, as Dr. Kim said, and confidence. But one, I think, pretty important precondition to trust is building empathy. And I think lack of empathy is more serious problem, I think, among the Northeast Asian people. And we often talk about somewhat good relations between Japanese and Korean young generations, right? And I think it's largely because they build empathy to some extent. And the K-pop culture, Hallyu in Japan, and the exchanges, students exchanges, and so forth, I think were very much instrumental to building sense of empathy with each other. And but I have a doubt, of course, whether this is the case with between political leaders and sort of influential opinion makers and so forth. And so how to build empathy, I think that is very important. Without empathy, I don't think trust will be built. And when it comes to institutional arrangement, I think track two efforts and should materialize into some concrete form. And I think the Korean National Diplomatic Academy should be the ideal institution to lead this. I mean, I think track two is to be considered more seriously. And then, so you talked about the epistemic community. So institutionalizing, networks in the epistemic community, I think it should be the first step in my view. So I'll stop here. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to let you know that Professor Soeya is really a big fan of Hallyu, particularly Korean songs. He could sing almost like 200 titles of Korean songs. I'm serious. Okay, Professor Su Hao. Again.
Time short, I just make a briefing in 3 points. First, I agree with you that the traditional arms controls, the treaty is already still workable, like ABM's, the START treaties, or even non-proliferation treaty, NPT, and even their security and non-proliferation, their dialogue in Northeast Asia regarding the North Korea denuclearization. We should try to make this process workable. Second, actually, after the end of the Cold War, we already have some kind of multilateral security mechanism building, like the ARF, ASEAN Regional Forum, ADMMS, or even several kind of track 2 security dialogue. So we still try to encourage this kind of process of multilateral security mechanism move ahead. The third, I would say that I love the epistemic community. This concept is very important. So in the region of our members, we should share our common ground, like the support the process of sustainable peace and development. This is our common ground, right? So we should try to make an effort to stabilize the region and to encourage the rapprochement or even the reconciliation between the powers like China and the United States, or even enhance the communication. Even in particular, like the military transparency is very important for us. At the moment, unfortunately, there's some kind of military drills in this region, but we should make it more transparent among us. And even some particular security issue, we try to enhance their dialogue. Like the South China Sea, China and ASEAN countries already work quite a lot. So we also try to make their specific security reduce the tension in the region. That'd be good for us.
Thank you. Mr. Gaviev?
First, protocols on engagement during incidents at sea, in the air, underwater. Second, hotlines, and more hotlines, and particularly specific hotlines on cyber incidents. And third, I very much support the notion of investment into track 2 and track 1.5, particularly on issues of arms control, where China is not interested in formal negotiations, but it will greatly benefit by training and acquiring knowledge on stuff that the Russians and Americans are talking about in order to speed fast the conclusion of the treaties once China is ready. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Professor Haggard?
Well, there's a paradox of confidence building, which is that confidence building measures require confidence. And so I think if we're going to address this question, we have to start with where we think the greatest risks are. And right now, we haven't talked about this. It's beyond our mandate a bit. But I think the greatest risk at the current juncture is across the Taiwan Strait. And I don't think there's any likelihood that the parties are going to engage in confidence building measures there. That's just going to have to be played out. We've talked about the Korean Peninsula. So that leaves to me the last big theater where I think China could just do a tremendous service to the region and to its own standing, frankly, by moving forward towards a real South China Sea code of conduct. I mean, these negotiations have been going on for 25 years. It's time to bring them to a conclusion and have a binding rule of law South China Sea Code of Conduct. I think that would do tremendous things to boosting confidence throughout the region.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your great insight. And that's very interesting and important point. Professor Biambastran?
In case of this question, I would like to say that the first one is DPRK seems to be aware that any aggressive use of weapons would be catastrophic. On the other side, from previous summit experiences, it is clear that preparatory works for summits will be essential. Without prior meeting in technical and other level meetings and councils, reaching to consensus in high-level summit is impossible. Of course, we can talk about Track 2 and other initiatives as well. And I have to say that Northeast Asian School is a brilliant idea, but the key problem is, well, DPRK will be open to be engaged in such initiatives. And hence, therefore, I would like to have more focus on technical level preparations in order to reach more reliable consensus in higher level summits or through the proliferation in Korean Peninsula. And therefore, for example, in such cases, different group level meetings and multilateral platforms can be very useful. UBD has, for example, many different sessions and dialogues. We have meetings for mayors of cities, and parliamentarians, in younger generations, and we have to collaborate on such multifaceted platforms. And meanwhile, launching public health security network initiatives in Northeast Asia region, especially to respond to pandemics, might be one of the key steps, and that can be initiated from side of South Korea. And we can develop new platforms for sharing emergency response information like hotlines, and we have to find ways to ensure that we are in integrity of information. And from our experience of Ulaanbaatar dialogue, it seems that policy discussions in regional energy and regional railroad grid and other integrations are engaging topics, especially for engaging DPRK. For them, it's such discussions are very helpful for having much clearer vision about peaceful Korean Peninsula, and of course, it will definitely facilitate the denuclearization of Korean Peninsula.
Thank you. Yeah, high politics is important indeed, and one thought just pops up to my mind, which is probably Korea National Diplomatic Academy will try to organize Northeast Asian Summit next time, right, Jae-sung? Okay, Jae-sung, you have 1.5 minutes to wrap up, okay, the confidence building.
Thank you. We are running out of time. Confidence and trust, I think that's a big subject. It has both psychological and institutional aspects. So to enhance psychological aspects of trust and confidence, I think we need to have more knowledge, and as Professor Soya said, more empathy toward each other. But very interestingly, in East Asia, we have very limited knowledge of foreign countries, even though there is growing exchanges of people and communications, or despite of the hyper-globalization, we have very strong confirmation bias toward each other, and the national preferences to each other is becoming very low. For the institutional aspects, I think there are already a lot of global norms and principles to solve the international disputes. So I think we should not have a very clear distinction between global and regional, because we can make full use of already existing global institutions like United Nations and all other mechanisms. Last point is that we have too many gray zones and emerging issues. So in the military terms, for example, we see the rise of so-called, multi-domain operations with, unmanned battles, AI, all those things, which need actually the regime of regulations more and more. If we can have regulations and norms with these emerging issues, I think we will have more difficult time in having the confidence and trust in the new areas.
Well, thank you very much. Time is already up, and I should say that Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum, did you know that it was actually first launched by Korea National Diplomatic Academy back in 2014. For the past 7 years, up until today, the KND, in collaboration, in sponsorship with the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has been involved in one way or another deeply in the project of this Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. I would like to, on behalf of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy, I would like this opportunity to assure that we will continue nourish the vision of Northeast Asian regional community, Northeast Asian regional security community. However, as I said earlier in the beginning of the session, however distant a future, however unrealistic it might look at the moment, okay, by gathering transnational wisdom, intellectuals like yourselves, and also by weaving transnational epistemic community. I should say that without your encouragement, without your participant, this project would never continue, would never bear any fruit. So I really ask you to give us a continuous encouragement and participation. Okay, I cannot thank you enough today. Actually, all the panels, every single insight, suggestion. Thank you again on behalf of the KNDA for all the panels joining us on, also offline today. Thank you very much. Thank you. This will close the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim and speakers for insights. This concludes session 1. The next session, Disaster Response in Northeast Asia and Regional Cooperation, Nuclear and Radiation Accident Response, will begin at 1:30 p.m. Please come back to the channel at 1:30 for another round of stimulating discussion. Good afternoon. Now we are about to start session 2, entitled Disaster Response in Northeast Asia and Regional Cooperation, Nuclear and Radiation Accident Response. Moderator of this session is Dr. Lee Sang-hyun, President of Sejong Institute. Please welcome Dr. Lee.
Well, thank you, and welcome to the second session of the 2021 Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. I'm Sang-hyun Lee, President of the Sejong Institute, and also I'm President of the Korean Nuclear Policy Society. Well, as was introduced in this session, we will address a disaster response in Northeast Asia and regional cooperation. Particularly, our concern is how can we avoid the nuclear and radiation accident response and what is the best way to cope with unexpected accidents if it happens in Northeast Asia? Well, as we see, particularly after Fukushima Daiichi accident, we all understand that what we need urgently is some sort of a concerted effort mechanism in Northeast Asia, which we lack currently, to deal with such unexpected accidents and dangerous nuclear radiation. So that's the issue we will discuss in this session. And for this session, we invited 4 excellent panelists. Let me introduce them briefly. First speaker is Dr. Hwang Il-sun, who is a professor in nuclear engineering in UNIST, Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology. Professor Hwang is a graduate of SN, Seoul National University Nuclear Engineering, and got a PhD in MIT in Nuclear Materials Engineering. Currently, he is leading the UNIST-led development of a Generation 4 micronuclear reactor for maritime application. Second speaker who logged online, Professor Jeff Kingston. Professor Jeff Kingston is the Director of Asian Studies and Professor of History at Temple University, Japan. He got a PhD in History at Columbia University. And he has written quite extensively on the politics of nuclear energy in Japan. Next speaker is Professor Suzuki Tatsujiro. Professor Suzuki Tatsujiro is a professor of Research Center for Nuclear Weapons Abolition at Nagasaki University, RECNA in short. He was a vice chairman of the Japan Atomic Energy Commission of the Cabinet Office, and he has been working on very extensively on electric power industry in Japan, and also issue of nuclear power safety and nuclear energy in Japan. Dr. Suzuki has a PhD in nuclear engineering from Tokyo University. Last but not least, Dr. Zhao Tong. He's a senior fellow in the nuclear policy program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, which is based in Beijing at the Carnegie Tsinghua Center for Global Policy. Dr. Zhao Tong has worked extensively on strategic security issues, nuclear weapons policy, deterrence, arms control, and non-proliferation. He's a member of the Asia-Pacific Leadership Network for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament. Dr. Zhao Tong holds a PhD in Science, Technology, and International Affairs from Georgia Institute of Technology. Well, as we see, this session have a quite excellent group of panelists. So I would like to ask each panelist to speak 5 or 6 minutes for their initial thought on this issue. And after that, we will continue question and discussion with some point raised in the presentation. So without further ado, I would like to invite first speaker, Dr. Hwang Il-sun.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Thank you for inviting me to this very, very significant panel. Northeast Asia region are consisted of countries which are growing fast and have a high population density with scarcity in natural energy resource and high industrial activity in a more or less isolated electricity grid. And renewable energy has been expanded at the high effort, turn out to be costly and also not secure enough. As a consequence, it's expected nuclear power will steadily grow. And if everything goes well without disaster, this part of the world may be operating up to 500 nuclear power plants, which may be the center, actually hotspot of nuclear power of the whole world. And we expect there will be additional technological development of so-called Generation 4 nuclear technology, which will burn high-level waste of spent nuclear fuels. So by the end of this century, it is conceivable that this region might have both water-cooled reactor and waste-burning Generation 4 reactors, half and half. The strengths in nuclear energy in general in this area is high productivity and high competitiveness, with people motivated by national priority in energy security, and with very competitive supply chains. So we expect, if we don't have any disaster, this part will become very good the center of demonstrating nuclear power as sustainable energy options. However, the weakness in this region lies in immature safety culture and inadequate regulatory infrastructure. Also, not much experience in emergency planning. As we have seen a lot of disasters after several nuclear accidents in this region already, including one in Vladivostok, where nuclear submarine exploded in 1987 during refueling operations, as well as Fukushima accident in 2011. So the problem comes from the culture, and the whole society is deep-rooted in authoritative organizational structures, which also makes a lot of reorganizations too fast, with high risk of losing corporate memory, which present huge risk to the safety of a nuclear system, which is complex in design, requiring very, very stringent criteria. On this ground, some very well-known specialists in this region gave public alert. Some said there will be another Chernobyl-like or Fukushima-like accident by 2030 in this region. However, society do not respond seriously. If that happens, then the nuclear power whole fleet will be derailed, and we may have a huge risk both in economy and even national security. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Huang. Very thoughtful and succinct initial thought. Well, I would like to invite the second speaker, Professor Jeff Kingston.
Here we go. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for including me in this distinguished panel of experts. I was struck by the comment, if everything goes well. Fukushima is a reminder that everything doesn't go well. There were 3 investigations launched into the Fukushima accident, and basically came up with similar conclusions. They said it was an accident waiting to happen. There was institutionalized complacency on safety. There was the problem of regulatory capture. And there was a conflict of interest between the ministry in charge of promoting nuclear energy and the agency housed within that ministry that was supposed to be the nuclear safety watchdog. Clearly, TEPCO failed to take safety countermeasures, even though it knew it should have. And one of the big problems was there was no evacuation drills, no practices. And what we all saw after 3/11 is you don't want to practice your first evacuation drill when the plumes of radiation are soaring into the heavens. So the real problem, I think, was the risk management strategy was based on wishing risk away. And that didn't work out too well. We also learned the problem of bureaucratic silos that impeded an effective disaster emergency response. And also we learned about media censorship and how TEPCO kept the government in the dark, which also impeded an effective response. And this has implications for regional cooperation. To what extent do utilities divulge what's going on? To what extent is there press freedom to report on these problems? You know, in Japan at the time, we learned more by watching the BBC and CNN about what was happening here than from watching local TV stations. So that is one of the lessons that we learned from Fukushima. Have those lessons been learned? By and large, no. After 2011, the new nuclear safety watchdog agency said that renewal of operating licenses for reactors over 40 years old would be a rare exception. They have approved since then every single application for renewal of the operating license of older reactors. We also have learned that TEPCO has filed false data in its application for a restart, and there have been security lapses at its plants. There are stricter guidelines for nuclear safety, but the NRA has been rather lax in accommodating lapses. Evacuation zones have been expanded to 30-kilometer radius around the plants. The problem is that trying to come up with an effective evacuation plan is complicated by the fact that these 30-kilometer evacuation zones extend over the hosting town's borders into neighboring towns and sometimes into neighboring prefectures. So how can you put together an effective plan without adequate resources, without adequate planning, and without autonomous independent assessment of the viability of these plans? And no local stakeholders or civil society organizations are involved. And so there are real questions. This is sort of the last ditch effort. If there is an accident, you want to be able to evacuate people to safety. And so far, there are no signs of this happening in Japan. I'd be very interested to learn what they're doing in other countries. We see that the bureaucratic silo problem continues in Japan with the pandemic response here. I'd be interested to learn how other countries overcome the problem of these bureaucratic silos. Thirdly, I'd like to emphasize the trust deficit. Now we have announcements about the release of the treated water at Fukushima, and they're building apparently an underground tunnel to discharge this water. There doesn't seem to have been a lot of consultation, a lot of transparency, a lot of local stakeholders haven't had buy-in on this plan. And if they do build an underground tunnel, how far out will it extend? And will that effectively be a trans-border dumping of water, and what protocols that would invoke? So yes, the IAEA will be involved, but will this overcome local skepticism? So clearly, the prospect that there might be a nuclear accident should be a strong basis for regional cooperation. I think there are a lot of question marks of whether that will actually happen. I think the real problem is continued lack of transparency and accountability. And I think that really the countries need to learn best practices from each other. I think civil society must be more involved in the process. And clearly joint emergency drills are in order. But a lot of this depends on real-time sharing of information. And what happened last time around is not encouraging, and hopefully we can overcome that culture of cover-up. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Jeff Kingston, for your thoughtful presentation. Well, I would like to invite the next speaker, Professor Suzuki Tatsujiro.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me start with my experiences, sharing my experiences and the lessons learned from the Fukushima accident. 5 major lessons. The first one is think unthinkable, which is very difficult for engineers to plan on the base specific assumptions. But as Professor Kingston said, everything doesn't go well. And then what's going to happen if something unexpected happens? That's the first lesson. The second is, as already also Professor Kingston mentioned, independent regulator. I would say also independent checkup function for policy or assessment also. Independent regulator is very important. We need independent organizations to check the government and utilities activities, not just the safety. The third one is the risk assessment, incorporating non-technical factors such as environmental, economic, social, even the legal or ethical aspects of the impact of the accident. As an engineer, we tend to think the risk assessment in a technical way, but the lesson learned from Fukushima, that's not good enough. We have to consider all sorts of impacts from the accident. Then the risk could be much higher than the engineering risk assessment. The fourth one is trust. Also, Professor Kingston mentioned. Lack of trust is the most significant impact of the accident, and we have not recovered yet. I think this goes 2 ways. One is the government decision-making process. The other is information given to the public. As I said, we need a independent, reliable information source, particularly technical sense, the trustworthy, not the anti or pro-nuclear, but it's independent organizations to provide reliable technical information. That will probably enhance the public trust. Finally, the subject of this forum, which is international cooperation. International cooperation was essential during the accident management and the post-accident decommissioning of the Fukushima reactors, and also for the future, ensuring nuclear safety and security. So international cooperation is essential. I just echo the Professor Kingston's advice that we probably need to have a real-time information scheme, which we could try to, we could probably get the information if you want to, because many information is already available on the public, but it's very difficult to share the real-time information. During the accident time, it was difficult, even within the country, even within the TEPCO and the government. So I think how to set up the real-time information sharing scheme, even during the regular operation, and particularly in the accident management. Thank you very much. I will end my talk here.
Well, thank you, Professor Suzuki. You raised many important points and lessons from the Fukushima accident. I would like to, the last but not least, Professor Zhao Tong, for your initial thought.
Well, thank you so much. In the Chinese case, in recent years, there has been greater attention paid to the issue of nuclear safety and emergency response. The government has published a white paper on nuclear emergency response in 2016, another white paper in 2019 on nuclear safety, and also nuclear safety law entering into force in 2018. Of course, the challenge is how to ensure the implementation of these regulations and laws. As international observers have pointed out that traditionally there is this authoritative culture in China. And in recent years, in the Chinese system, the power, the decision-making authority is further centralized in the government. There is thorough management of media. So under the circumstances, the challenge that China faces is can China's nuclear safety regulation agency really be independent? And as China prioritizes the maintenance of social stability at a time of incident or an emergency, can information sharing become really timely and effective? We know that according to a Chinese prominent nuclear expert and academician, He Zuoxiu, who said that in previous environmental impact evaluations of some inland nuclear reactors, nuclear plants, there were fraudulent behaviors involved. And also the National Nuclear Safety Administration was aware of those fraudulent behaviors. There were no efforts to rectify those behaviors. And the issue of nuclear safety and emergency response is only becoming more important as China has made its official policy of peaking its carbon emission by 2030 and to achieve complete carbon neutrality by 2060. And that means there might be a greater interest and investment into nuclear energy. One important challenge, I think, for regional cooperation in nuclear emergency response in Northeast Asia is the new geopolitical environment. There has been greater hostility in the China-Japan relationship. The China-South Korea efforts to build trust is also facing difficulty. And within China, there is a lot of concern about a new Cold War between so-called democracies and non-democratic countries. And as a result, the interest to share sensitive information during a crisis may become less. And on the other hand, the interest to actually protect national image and to avoid international criticism might grow. In 2021, we all know there was a small nuclear incident at Taishan nuclear plant in China. The incident was firstly revealed by the French operators at the plant, but the initial report was denied by the Chinese government. It appears that international pressure might have played a role in the eventual acknowledgement of the field damage by the Chinese government and the government ultimately shut down the reactor. This issue is not necessarily unique to China, but it shows the importance of strengthening regional and international mechanisms to provide external checks and balances against the national tendency to withhold information and to downplay impact. And the current information sharing among regional countries is still limited, and the room for further improvement is huge. According to the Chinese white paper of nuclear emergency response, when there is a Chinese nuclear incident, it appears that China feels only responsible to share information with IAEA and those countries with which China has explicit bilateral or multilateral nuclear emergency cooperation agreements. And indeed, China has built some nuclear safety cooperation agreements with countries like South Korea and Japan in recent years. But if we look at the details, for example, the China-South Korea Nuclear Energy Cooperation Commission, there is not much specifics about how to share information during nuclear emergency. There was some early efforts to build Japan, China, South Korea bilateral nuclear incident early notification framework, but it was mostly about setting up special email accounts and exchanging phone numbers. There is a lack of common standard for information sharing. I have a few other points about potential measures for improving the situation, but given the time limit, I would like to stop here and look forward to questions and discussions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Zhao Tong. We have listened for a very excellent presentation, initial presentation about the topic of this session. Probably all of us watching this broadcast will understand what are some of the most important issues related with this disaster management in Northeast Asia. I wrote down some of the themes that emerged from for presentation, like for example, we have a immature safety culture in Northeast Asia. And also in this region, our regulatory infrastructure is relatively weak. And also panelists indicated that in some of the institutional inertia in safety regulation, and also the fact of bureaucracy, and importantly, trust deficit in this region, and lack of transparency. And many people indicated that particularly in time of crisis, transparent and information sharing may be quite important. And all these issues may sum up as the one word, as Professor Suzuki mentioned, think unthinkable. Yeah, I this morning before this panel, I looked up the latest statistics in Northeast Asia about nuclear power plant. The number says like this: China runs 51 reactors right now, 18 under construction. Japan has 33 reactors in operation, 2 under construction, 27 shut down. South Korea has 24 on operation and 4 under construction, 2 shut down. So look at these numbers. There are many nuclear reactors running in Northeast Asia. And because of the unpredictability, and sometimes accident can happen beyond the design capacity, it would be quite important to have a common regional response mechanism to this kind of accident and radiation issues. So as a moderator, I would like to ask each panelist a bunch of questions. This first question will be common to all four panelists. So we can have anywhere, anytime can have accident in Northeast Asia. Then what would be the needs and measures for joint crisis management mechanism in Northeast Asia to prevent and respond to disaster and accident with the transport and regional consequences? So maybe a little more, maybe it sounds maybe a little more broader question, but let me ask you this first question to each of you. So who will start? Professor Huang, could you start?
That's very important questions. At the end, it might take a long time though. We need a treaty among all countries, depending on nuclear power, to its significant energy portion. Under that treaty, we can work seriously without double standard, without illiteracy, without fraudulent behaviors, and with more transparency, and with genuine effort to turn around our fundamental flaw in this part of the world in handling complex technological systems. So it's going to be a long way to get there. We have to confess. Each country must confess and solicit help from neighbors. Thank you, Professor. Tong mentioned about fraudulent behaviors, but we didn't know. And we have news reports from Japan and Korea. We know there are many fraudulent behaviors. Korea in particular, in 2013, we had a scandal with the counterfeit, fraudulent, suspect items, and which rounded up more than 100 people. They were in jail. We haven't learned yet. Nothing changed. It's going on same way. If we just repeat the investigation today, I wouldn't be surprised if we have the same thing happening today. So we need a manifesto of all of us to sit down on the table in a humble way and start talking about what we can do to eliminate root cause, prevent recurrence, and make a tangible emergency plan.
Well, thank you, Professor Huang. Professor Jeff Kingston, what's your response to the first question?
Yes, I mean, I think also a treaty would be a good long-term goal. But in the meantime, I think we need to set up mechanisms of information sharing, both on a formal and an informal basis. Because a lot of things aren't known. As you mentioned, the falsification of data, Japan's big scandal back in 2001, when it turned out a whistleblower revealed that TEPCO has systematically falsified all of its repair and maintenance data. And then subsequent investigations found out that every other utility did the same thing. This was systemic. It wasn't accidental. It's hard to imagine regulators did not know. And in fact, the whistleblower, when he did call METI to report the problem, they called up TEPCO and said, we have a problem. There's a whistleblower. So the sort of accountability that you referred to, arresting some 100 executives, has not really been achieved in Japan. Nobody has been put in jail for their role in the Fukushima accident. So I want to stress the need for transparency, for information sharing, for mechanisms of sharing information at an informal level and a formal level. And hopefully that will overcome some of the distrust, because I think Professor Tong, hit the nail on the head when he said, well, when it comes to sensitive information, the lack of trust between nations in the region is going to impede the free flow of information, and that is going to undermine any effective disaster response.
Well, it's getting interesting. Professor Huang raised the issue of Asia-Pacific Emergency Response Treaty. But at the same time, Professor Jeff Kingston indicated the importance of information sharing in a transparent way. So I think about those two issues, treaty and transparency in information sharing. I think there's quite two important issues. Okay, Professor Suzuki, what's your response?
Yes, I agree with both speakers that the information sharing, some kind of information sharing scheme is necessary. But the existing nuclear safety convention, INFSAC 449, clearly said that is the duty, responsibility of the country who made an accident to share the information immediately. And but that's in reality, it's difficult to implement. So it's just making a treaty itself is not enough. Actually, like Professor Kingston said, we have to come up with a implementation scheme. I think it's possible to have a regional one instead of global one. During the accident, what happened was that according to this nuclear safety convention, the country who had an accident had a duty to report to the IAEA. And so that's what Japan did, but it's all in Japanese during the chaotic situations, only in Japanese. So IAEA Japanese officials had to translate Japanese into English. So it was a time delay. And then the South Korean Chinese government received the information from IAEA. So even if we are close, that was not went through from IAEA. That was a problem. So if we will have a regional scheme to immediately share the information written in English or the understandable language, otherwise it will be very difficult. And at that time, TEPCO had a real-time TV connection between the Fukushima and the Tokyo headquarters. But that hotline was not shared by the government official until 3 or 4 days later. So that was a difficult problem for the government. They receive only fax. It is very difficult to read the handwritten numbers. And so we need a digital duplicated information, online, direct information from the accident site to the government, the central government, and also other utilities, and even from the region, neighboring countries. It has to be implementable, and it's just a legally binding scheme. We need technical measures to make sure that is workable. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's quite interesting. Even though we all understand information sharing may be important in the time of crisis, but somehow Professor Suzuki indicated that actual implementation may be much more important than just the existence of a treaty or information sharing mechanism. Okay, Professor Zhao Tong, what do you think?
Well, thank you. I think the regional countries can work towards establishing common standards, and we know they have the trilateral top regulators meeting. I think those existing mechanisms can be strengthened by looking into this issue of setting up common standards. And common standards can cover information sharing and also emergency preparedness and emergency response. On the information sharing part, other experts have discussed the importance of not having to go through IAEA. There may be a need for a minimum requirement on what to be shared during a crisis. Also, it's important to ensure that, particularly during periods of political difficulties, the information on nuclear incidents would still be timely and comprehensive. If there is a nuclear incident, there might be the need to have some hotline in addition to operational level information sharing among the nuclear safety regulatory agencies. Because in some countries, the decision-making system is very centralized. You need to have the top politicians to talk to each other quickly to authorize detailed and effective information sharing. So that high-level hotline would also be quite necessary. In terms of emergency preparation and response in the case of China, China actually has organized various emergency response drills and exercises and field trainings at different levels, at municipality level, provincial level, and even state level. It would be really useful, I think, as a measure of building confidence and as a measure to work towards building common standards for countries that have these national exercises and drills to open them up to regional observers, experts, so they can understand better about each other's emergency preparation. So that can be a useful measure to consider. Well, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. All panelists indicated that we have a very urgent needs and measures for joint crisis management mechanism in Northeast Asia in case of nuclear accident and radiation issue. So we touched upon the issue of the treaty, kind of a formal treaty among nations in this region. And also, we have a thought on the importance of information sharing or transparency in case of a crisis. But it was also indicated that not just the information sharing system, but also actual implementation may be important. And also, as a part of that, why don't we have a hotline among top political leaders? So I think that's a quite interesting and very comprehensive suggestion to prevent, to take a step to prevent disasters, accidents in this region. Well, having said that, but always accidents can happen. Particularly, as I gave you some numbers of the reactors in this region, considering the fact that Northeast Asia is a region with a high nuclear reactor and population density, then how can we actually start building some sort of mechanism to collectively respond to this issue? So, Professor Huang, what are your ideas and suggestions to plan for regional cooperation to prevent and respond to nuclear and radiation accidents? And how can we design effective response measures?
Thank you. The first thing, as all panelists highlighted, is to build trust among national leaders and also among engineers. Because without trust, we cannot do anything. You know, President Mikhail Gorbachev said it was Chernobyl accident, not perestroika, that demolished former Soviet Union. And same thing will happen here. So they will quickly realize. And also, if we master safety management, emergency preparedness, and have everything going well, we have a huge market, blue ocean. Whole world energy supply will be completely changed in the next 30 years. Nuclear power will be indispensable element. All three countries with a good supply chain and manpower, intellectual properties, everything. One thing is missing, the safety capability. If we can jointly master this, we have a huge stake. So based on this ground, we should convince our national leaders to just delegate power. Just make it independent from all politicians and bureaucracy, so that engineers and system experts work together. With some part with the transparency, some part with confidentiality, whatever which takes necessary. If this goes, I have a full hope, because we know one already successful example in United States that also experienced 3 Mile Island accident, had painful, long tunnels. Nuclear Regulatory Commission came out of a tunnel and built a system called Reactor Oversight Program, which is transparent. Every day, a nuclear power plant is lit with a light, either green, white, yellow, or red. And public knows how well they are paying attention to. And insurance company knows how much they should charge them. So already the system is there. We just need to learn by working together, working hard.
Well, thank you. Professor Huang, you emphasized the importance of trust in dealing with these issues. But sometimes the influence from politics or bureaucracy can be an obstacle in building trust. But at the same time, I've always thought that this is kind of a transnational issue. Perhaps the capability and willingness of the government level is not enough. Perhaps we need to enhance public-private partnership in dealing with this kind of an accident. So either Professor Kingston or Professor Suzuki, what do you think will be appropriate steps to enhance public-private partnership or track 1.5 collaborations in this issue? Professor Kingston?
Yeah, I guess I wanted to get back to the issue about, the myth of safety, that things will go wrong. We have to think the unthinkable. And we do need to build trust. And I think key to that is the suggestion of Dr. Yao is to open up, for international observation, disaster response drills. And I think this could be one confidence building measure to overcome the distrust in the region. And so if all the countries would do the same thing, they can learn a lot more from each other. Another possibility might be joint military drills to respond to an emergency situation. All of the militaries would have capabilities in that area. And if they could learn to cooperate, this could create some greater regional momentum towards overcoming the distrust and the geopolitical headwinds in the region. Regarding your second question, sort of 1.5, well, yeah, I do think that there should be mechanisms instituted that would involve various stakeholders, which would include regulators, utilities, scientific experts, civil society organizations, perhaps even representatives from the media. And so all of them can help promote channels of dialogue and information sharing. And so I think that that may be one possibility, and sort of try to rotate these meetings between the different capitals, and so that this would also promote greater exchanges. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Professor Suzuki, what would you recommend to enhance track 1.5 collaboration on this issue?
Yeah, one particular possible case is that there may be a maritime accident. Somebody mentioned about submarine accident. There are many ships carrying nuclear fuel going through both Japan Sea and also Pacific. And you never know such kind of accident will happen. But then who is going to help each other? How are we going to help each other? And that could be one interesting exercise that, like Professor Kingston and Dr. Fan suggested, that what are the institutional arrangement that how are we going to help each other when something happened on the sea, open sea, not in the territorial sea. And that's one thing I could recommend to consider a possible joint simulation of the exercise. There are already existing institutions like World Association of Nuclear Operators, World Institute of Nuclear Security. All this private cooperation is going on, but it's all, I don't say it's confidential, but it is closed network. So I think it's important to share those information as much as possible, to share with private sector, civil society, local cities, local governments. I would recommend that, like Professor Kingston suggested, to have a kind of summit involving local governments who are hosting nuclear facilities among the regions, to meet with the regulators, utilities, operators, and to discuss the experiences of the past cases, and also how to deal with the evacuations. And there are many common issues we are facing, and we have not communicated each other, particularly the local communities. Even within Japan, local communities do not talk to each other much. I think that's an interesting possibility. Finally, kind of we do right now is academic societies, not only a nuclear energy society, but also mechanical engineering, environmental society. All the academic experts maybe can get together to discuss the possible consequence of nuclear accident in the region, how to respond. And this is not just the nuclear engineers, but I think this is go beyond the nuclear community. And we don't have such kind of scheme to discuss the possible impact of nuclear accident in terms of broader impact of the accident. So those are the three particular suggestions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for interesting suggestion. Well, in my personal experience in Korea, South Korea's previous government, the Park Geun-hye administration, had a similar initiative in this way. It was called a NAPCI, NAPCI, those East Asia Peace and Cooperation Initiative. As a part of that initiative, myself worked very hard to enhance public-private partnership in either Japan, China, and Southeast Asia, even Mongolia. But actually, it turned out the progress was quite slow, and sometimes it was disappointing. So, Professor Zhao Tong, what do you think is the obstacle to this kind of a public-private partnership, and what's the way to overcome these difficulties? What do you think?
I think a main challenge is how government wants the private sectors to play a role. In the case of China, I think the reason that there is lack of private sector contribution to public debates about nuclear safety and emergency response is that there is concern at the government level that private sectors, they are potential troublemakers, and they're drawing attention to nuclear safety and incidents issues could cause instability in the society and cause troubles for legitimate nuclear energy projects to proceed. I think there's some point behind the government hesitation. Indeed, in some cases, among the general public, there are exaggerated concerns about legitimate nuclear energy projects. But I think this is where exactly the private sectors, including independent nuclear experts and experts from nuclear industries, can play a role to provide better public education, so that to mitigate misunderstandings about nuclear energy. And if the government is no longer that worried about public misperception on nuclear energy projects, then the government may give the private sector players greater room to contribute to public debate. And the government certainly also needs to understand the value of checks and balances provided by independent players and the general public. I think there is also an important issue, which is to prevent the politicization of nuclear safety incidents in the region. In the case of Japan's discharge of contaminated water from Fukushima, that issue has been, I think, very much politicized in many neighboring countries. The public narratives in those countries are very much dominated by unprofessional and unbalanced analysis from nuclear experts. It's hard to find balanced perspectives in the national narratives. And those unprofessional comments and analyses could mislead not only the general public, but even official perceptions and official perspectives. And that will then make regional cooperation in joint emergency response less likely to take place. So I think nuclear experts from all these countries in the region need to reach a basic common understanding, which is they all share a responsibility to protect all the people living in the region. Their role is not to cater to nationalistic sentiment in their own societies. They actually have a broader responsibility to human safety. So I think there is room for the nuclear experts in all these countries to reach some basic common understandings on their social responsibility. I'll stop here.
Well, thank you, Professor Zhao Tong. You also raised a very important issue, the politicization of the nuclear issue. And it sounds to me you are talking about unprofessional professionals dominating the field. So I think that's quite not a good syndrome in policy perspective. So in that sense, I would say probably a private sector is an important source of expertise in working with the government level. So even though government manages a regulatory aspect of the nuclear industry, but at the same time, eventually the expertise and capacity of the private sector, I think that's a quite important part playing in this issue. Well, we have touched upon many important and interesting issues in common response mechanism in nuclear accident and disaster, and particularly in the time of crisis. And so let us take one step further. What are some of the issues? For example, we have a cyber sabotage issue and climate change, nuclear security, and even nuclear terrorism, etc. What are the issues that this region needs to work together urgently? What should we do as soon as possible? And is there any regional cooperative mechanism from other regions that we can refer to and apply in Northeast Asia? So I think this will be our last question, but I think it's quite important issue as well. So we'll start. Professor Suzuki, can you start?
Thank you. I think one idea already mentioned is set up a regional nuclear hotline among the countries. And this will provide real-time information sharing scheme, and also hotline will provide leaders to prepare for the worst case, and this also improve the public trust. And regional hotline can be also helpful for possible emergency case like climate change or COVID-19 or any other existential threats that we are facing right now. So that I think regional hotline could be one possible idea. And second one is that this is for regular activities, that we could set up a regional radiological monitoring center or something like that, that based on the successful experiences of the acid deposition monitoring network in Asia. This is more like non-governmental experts network, regularly monitoring radioactivity, particularly sea and air probably. And we do have already data in each country, but it is good to have a regional sharing scheme so that anytime anybody can go to that regional radiological monitoring center to look up the data. And that will help to avoid misunderstanding or misinformation like Ton Chao was suggesting, and not politicization of the contamination of the water issues. And so that's my second possible proposal. And the regional safety standard, which is very difficult actually, trying to establish mandating the legal safety standard could be difficult, but the top regulatory meeting does not move into that direction. I think it's important to have at least the sharing the assumptions and the computer models, whatever they have in developing a safety standard, so that people should understand each other, how we're going to collaborate to improve to the better safety standard. I think mandating safety standard could be very difficult, but that's my possible recommendation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Suzuki. You indicated the importance of the hotline. Also, you suggested some sort of a non-governmental experts mechanism or regional center, and also safety issues. I think that's a quite good, important issue. And Professor Zhao Tong, could you share your thought with us?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I think the issue of climate change may be one area for regional cooperation. I think, living in China, in Beijing, we have received much more precipitation this year than any other previous years. So climate change is clearly affecting this region, and I think will also affect the computer models that nuclear experts use to conduct weather forecasting. And that is important for predicting, in a nuclear incident, where the contamination, the radiological contamination will spread. That's a key aspect for preparing emergency response. And I think given the climate change, changing climate conditions, it might be useful for nuclear experts from regional countries to jointly study how the new conditions might affect not only atmospheric transportation of radioactivity, but also how radioactivity transported by ocean currents might look differently than before. I think that's one area for joint research. And another point, I think, is regarding cyber threats to nuclear facilities. I think that's an increasingly important threat, and we need to prepare for that. As a potential confidence building measure, I think experts from regional countries could consider conducting a joint study to examine the technical feasibility of reaching an agreement about non-interference, including cyber interference of each other's nuclear energy facilities. I think if we can have some politically binding agreement to renounce the use of cyber instruments to interfere with each other's nuclear energy facilities, that could help build some political trust. And in order to substantiate that type of political commitment, regional countries can even have an expert study about whether they can agree on the definition and the scope of nuclear energy facilities that would be protected under such an agreement of non-cyber interference. It has, it was a relatively sensitive issue to talk about, which facilities should be protected and which should be left out. But I think, given the growing threat from cyber activities, this may be one substantive confidence-building measure that regional countries can start organizing expert meetings over. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Tong. You also raised the two important points. One is the climate change, and also increasing cyber safety issue. Well, it is my understanding that particularly during the pandemic era, in all aspects of cyber space, activities, both legal and illegal, are increasing. So sooner or later, we may find a case that one of our nuclear reactors may be sabotaged from cyber attack. And I think that's another issue that government in this region should pay attention to. And Professor Kingston, what's your reaction?
Well, I think both gentlemen have raised very important options, and I think that these are very promising. I think in particular, climate change is something that there's a general perception is urgent, and so there is the basis for cooperation. But there is still that temptation to politicize issues between these countries, and it's hard for nationalists to resist that temptation in many different cases. And so the divisions over history and over territory continue to divide and undermine the basis for cooperation. I mean, even the pandemic, that was intensely politicized. This is something that you would think would lay the foundation for regional cooperation, non-traditional threat to security. But from the get-go, it was very heavily politicized, even now with competitive vaccine diplomacy. So certain issues, I think, lend themselves to politicization more than others. I would think climate change is seen to be something that we all need to address. So I think that that's probably an area that's more promising. Cybersecurity, I would like to think that governments would commit themselves to non-interference, but I wonder. Anyway, I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Huang, what do you think is the most urgent thing that we have to address? And also, is there any other regional cooperative mechanism that we can learn some lessons for Northeast Asia?
Yes, cybersecurity issue, physical security issue are really urgent problems. As we have no choice to increase using digital technology and communication technology more and more in latest version of nuclear power. Also, let's think about climate change. The OECD member states emit only 38% of world carbon dioxide. And they promise to cut into almost half by 2030. Then more than 80% will be emitted by non-OECD member states, including most part of Asia. And then they will have to rely on nuclear power, mostly small modular reactors, to cut the cost and increase reliability. Then they are designed to work together with the renewable energy systems and scattered as distributed power. Then what will happen to physical protections of all those tiny reactors scattered all over the world in very risk-fragile area like Middle East and Africa? And then they use technology without deep understanding and good management of this communication details. And our problem sharing with them is that lack of literacy in science technology among top management of each country. And they tend to overpromise. They are overconfident. They tend to push out any noise. They want a smooth publicity. Under this situation combined, these regulators hate to go into a dirty linens. And they don't want to understand a complex problem either, because they are bureaucrats and they are getting direction from politicians. They become more and more similar to top managers. Under this situation, I think we have a huge problem. And this security problems that we have today is truly complicated. And because it's under secret, many of physical protection is under secret operations. We don't know what's going on. Even experts have no information whatsoever. So how can he predict we are good enough? So that's a concern. So anyway, regulators do have even those sensitive informations. So it's really important to upgrade the regulators in their morale their sense of responsibility and technical competence all together. In order to make that happen, in this Asian authoritative and politics dependent society, we have to learn from Europe. Europe had the same problem 30, 40 years ago. After Chernobyl accident, many countries declared nuclear phase out, including Germany, Italy, and Belgium, and Switzerland. Austria, now they are coming back. Why? Because they built the public confidence. How? They built excellent regulator through a federation of European regulators called West European Nuclear Regulator Association. They share information confidentiality, even sensitive one. And then they learn a lot of experience, and they know how to identify root cause, how to stop repeating those stupid accidents, and how to make a real-world emergency planning. And then they communicate with the public based on those concrete framework. Then public catches immediately. If we don't have such a concrete foundation, no matter how much money, how much time you spend, we will fail for sure. I had a hard time in doing so. I'm sure we will fail. I can tell 100% confidence. We should learn from European success. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Huang. You cited the West European Nuclear Regulators Association. And I fully agree that in Northeast Asia, we also need such a mechanism to collectively handle regulatory issues in dealing with the nuclear industry and businesses. And because Dr. Professor Huang, what do you think the possibility or prospect to have such a mechanism in Northeast Asia? Do you think it will be successful in the near future?
I think there are a lot of ways to make a step-by-step approach. I think first step is to build the trust. We have common stake. We have a good stake. We have a promising options. I think we should build such a consensus, confidence among private experts first. And then we may document a white paper together with the available information for analyzing the wealth of information already we have. As I mentioned about Vladivostok submarine explosion, not to mention about Fukushima. Well, we have Tokai Mura in 1999 accident, and we have Tianjin explosion in 2015. We have a Kaohsiung gas pipe explosion in 2014. We have a wealth of disasters, just without paying any attention to politicians, any attention to national leaders' agendas. We should work together and document into white papers and show them our vision and our strategy, our goal, based on all those hard work. Thank you.
Well, thank you. While we were discussing these important issues, there are several questions raised from online, people from those who are watching our YouTube streaming. Let me introduce some of them, and I would like to ask you your response. First question from Kevin Tangonen. What would be the risk management strategies if any nuclear disaster like Fukushima occurred in North Korea? It's a very interesting question. What forms of international cooperation would take place? Maybe Professor Zhao or Professor Suzuki, do you have any thought on this question? What would happen if nuclear disaster happens in North Korea? How can we internationally engage in such case? Professor Suzuki.
Well, I think, first of all, it's basically the country who had an accident is responsible, unless DPRK is willing to cooperate with us. It's very difficult for international community to help them. And of course, depending on the wind directions or whatever, the affected area will cover South Korea and Japan, maybe even possibly China. And so all our neighboring countries should try to get the information as much as possible. And I think that's why I think it's important to establish a hotline, including DPRK, regional hotline, to get the immediate information sharing scheme, also with the top dialogue on a regular basis. And otherwise, unless DPRK is willing to cooperate with us, it's very, very difficult.
Well, I agree with your opinion that even though international community desire to help North Korean disaster, but it's up to North Korea whether or not accept that kind of a offer of assistance. So, Professor Zhao Tong, do you have any idea? How can we respond to?
I fully agree with Professor Suzuki. I would just briefly add that we were discussing the importance of applying the model of Western European Nuclear Operators Association to East Asia, and I wonder, as a very bold idea, would it be sensible to consider extending an invitation to North Korea as well, given that civilian nuclear energy is not off limits to North Korea. North Korea has the legitimate right to use nuclear energy, and it would make sense to include North Korea in any future regional organization and institutions. And I think if we cannot get North Korea cooperation in the near term, other regional countries like South Korea, Japan, China can still conduct joint research, including joint simulations about potential North Korean nuclear incident. We know where North Korea's nuclear facilities are, and we probably have a rather good sense of which facilities present the highest safety risks. And we might, presume a potential North Korean nuclear incident, and then have experts conduct modeling and simulations to understand how a North Korean incident might affect safety and public health and environmental integrity in neighboring countries. And with that understanding, I think regional countries would benefit from being able to prepare in advance. And they can also discuss potential coordination in case of a future North Korean nuclear incident. I think that type of joint research can take place in the near-term future. And we know the big powers, U.S., for example, is still trying to jumpstart nuclear negotiations with North Korea. It's hard to make quick progress and breakthrough on reducing North Korea's nuclear weapon capability, but maybe to discuss nuclear safety issues could be a near-term early step to build some confidence, and maybe to further discussions on nuclear weapon issues. And we know North Korea has started various nuclear activities. There has been constant activities at its light water nuclear reactor in Yongbyon, and with North Korea restarting reprocessing and has been conducting enrichment, and also restarting its 5 megawatt nuclear reactor. I think safety issues should be increasingly important to not only North Korea but other regional countries. So to offer to North Korea to discuss nuclear safety issues could be a near-term confidence building measure. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It may not be easy to engage in North Korea, even some disaster or crisis occurred in North Korea, given current impasse on the Korean Peninsula, particularly after the pandemic. North Korea completely shut down its borders with China. And also, we don't have any dialogue currently between either US DPRK or between South and North Korea as well. So probably, I think that's kind of a challenge that Northeast Asian nations, including South Korea, China, Japan, collaboratively work together to for joint research to in response to some kind of a accident in North Korean case. Well, thank you very much for your thought. And second question from Cherry. Well, in disaster response, bureaucracy can be a more problematic than information, than constructing information sharing system. What and how Japanese government did, and what kind of a change government pursued after Fukushima accident? Suzuki-san, can you answer this question?
Yes, I think the government established crisis management center not just for nuclear accident, but also many crisis management issues could happen from climate change or natural disaster. So the government set up a crisis management center within the cabinet office, and they are supposed to coordinate the interagency activities. And in theory, that might work, but again, as I said, implementation is different. So I think Professor Kingston suggested, the drill is very important. We should have experts for the crisis management to have a very effective exercise or drills. Otherwise, even you have a nice institutional work, if the drill is not so effective based on specific scenarios, it doesn't help in facing the crisis management. So I would recommend that we need experts of crisis management team to have a regular drill exercise to test the effectiveness of the institutions, whatever you have an institution in your country. That's my suggestion.
Well, thank you. Another question from Lucky. In South Korea, the trend is that the proportion of nuclear energy or nuclear reactors is decreasing. But government announced the 2050 carbon neutrality. How South Korean government should implement this policy initiative, and how can we view the relationship between renewable energy and nuclear reactors? So this question, maybe Professor Huang, can you answer?
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, our government has illiteracy about science and technology, and they don't know how to design this 2050 net zero emission world. The first thing they should think about is a vision and criteria. So it's not for carbon dioxide, it's for human. We have to think about quality of living of human by that time first. Then we should think about safety. then carbon dioxide for the sustainability of the world. Congratulations for Japan's Nobel Prize in Physics, who proved this global warming has anthropogenic origin, was announced yesterday. Still, there are a lot of people who disbelieve this global warming. So science literacy is very important. And we should first develop a tool. There are tools already proposed by economists and International Energy Agency called Marginal Abatement Cost Curve, MACC. And there is a tool for safety, well defined by Nuclear Regulatory Commission of the United States. We know how to sequestrate carbon dioxide, and we know how to recycle high-level waste and abate long-living risk out of nuclear business. So based on those logical and scientific tools, we should design. But unfortunately, this government is illiterate. And they just make everything by talking with elementary school kids, middle school kids, so-called democracy. It's like deciding the direction of the north in a ship, or wreck the ship in the dark. Then captain come to all the passengers, raise your hand and indicate the north. We'll go there. It's like that.
Well, thank you. As a moderator, my personal question to the panelists is like this. We are discussing nuclear disaster response issue, collaboration among China, Japan, South Korea. And since the Fukushima accident, I think that the follow-up measures are still continuing. For example, recently, Japanese government decided to discharge a treated water from Fukushima site into the ocean. But at the same time, regarding that issue, particularly from China and South Korea, public reaction is quite unfavorable. So what, this is not the question to blame anybody, but assuming that this kind of accident can happen anytime, anywhere, either in China or in South Korea, then what would be the proper attitude or way to respond to those kind of issues from neighboring countries? So I would like to ask a little more elaboration from Suzuki-san about Japanese government decision to discharge the treated water into the ocean, and how South Korea and China should view that issue from as a neighboring countries. So Suzuki-san, could you give us some more thought?
The government plan is to dilute the so-called treated water so that the concentration of tritium is much, much below the regulatory standard. As Professor Kingston said, but the issue is not that the safety of this particular such kind of concentration, but it's a process, decision-making process, which lacks the public participation and independent oversight. So the public trust, even within Japan, the public trust in this government decision has not been recovered yet. So now the government tried to invite, I think they agreed, they have an agreement with IAEA to come to Japan to oversight the whole process, which will help probably. And I think if they set up an independent experts panel to oversight the whole process, including Chinese and Korean experts, that will help. But basic problem is how to build up the trust in the whole process. And involving stakeholders is very important. Transparency of information is very important. And I think this is a common problem for the other Japanese nuclear energy policy issues. We lack public trust because of the lack of independent oversight and transparency. Unfortunately, that has not been changed much. So that is the problem. I think the industry is trying to release as much information as possible, but I don't think there's trust within the government and also in the industry. So one suggestion is, of course, like this, Korean, Chinese, Japanese scientists get together to set up a team to assess the environmental impact of these treatment issues. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I think that's a good suggestion. Scientists from 3 countries work together to find some solution. But I feel like that the issue is more than science issue. It's already politicized issue, and national emotions involved in there. So I think it is not an easy issue. So Professor Kingston, because you are in Japan, how did you feel about Japanese government handling this issue?
Well, they dug themselves a deep hole. As Professor Suzuki pointed out, not very good on transparency or consultation with key stakeholders. They created a backlash. And then in 2018, TEPCO announced that the water that they had already treated actually had not been treated effectively, and they had to do a redo. And what we discovered in the wake of that is that trust is not a renewable resource, right? Once you lose it, it's hard to get it back. So even though experts will say, yeah, there is no real danger here, in the court of public opinion, they're already guilty. And it's going to be really hard to overturn that verdict no matter what they do. So I think that, you're right. It's, in Japan, there's a deep public skepticism. But I think that TEPCO and the government generated that. And so the key is not to leave these very important issues up to the experts alone. They can circle their wagons and they all can agree what they know about something, but they need to socialize this information. They need to get the word out. They need to try to build trust. And so that's why I think you need to involve civil society, media, other stakeholders, the fishermen there, the farmers. A lot of people have a lot at stake in this, and they haven't, I think, done enough outreach.
Well, thank you. Professor Zhao Tong, you have a thought?
Oh, thank you. There have been a lot of great proposals, thoughts from their experts. I think it's useful China and other countries to understand that nuclear incidents can happen anywhere, as Professor Li, you mentioned in the introduction. And again, a prominent Chinese nuclear scientist and academician He Zuoxiu also said publicly that he thinks the chances for a serious nuclear incident in China by 2030 are fairly significant, given the scale of China's nuclear power plant fleet and the very ambitious plan to further build up China's nuclear energy program. So if governments would recognize this basic fact that incidents can happen anywhere, then they should have a stronger incentive to standardization of information sharing, and also standardization of safety standards, safety measures across national borders, so that they wouldn't be unfairly discriminated against in future incidents. In the case of Japan's discharging of contaminated water It is good that Chinese experts participated in the IAEA research. It might have helped to build some confidence. But also, if Chinese experts can travel to Japan to acquire more first-hand information and develop more first-hand understanding about the situation, it could also help. We need to recall that after the Fukushima incident in 2011, I think Chinese experts traveled to Japan, and that trip made a positive impact on building confidence in China. The idea of having independent experts conduct joint research is also useful. We cannot rely fully on government-affiliated experts because at the end of the day, the government is always more affected by geopolitics. We need independent experts research, especially joint independent experts research to provide alternative perspectives. And the geopolitics is always important, as Professor Lee mentioned. But I think from China's position, China might have greater interest today to forging practical cooperation with Japan and South Korea on issues like nuclear safety and nuclear incident response, because geopolitically, China is increasingly worried that Japan and South Korea would be drawn closer to the American geopolitical orbit in the context of great power competition. So China, in theory, should have greater interest in working more closely with Japan and South Korea to ensure that they wouldn't be drawn too close to the U.S. orbit. But in practice, given that how centralized the Chinese decision-making power has become, it's hard to predict whether China would go in that direction. I think it is in China's interest to do so.
Well, thank you. Because the time is almost up, I would like to ask each panelist for their final thought, very briefly, within 1 minute. Professor Huang, do you have any final thought?
I'm very, very impressed and pleased by attending this panel because I got a light of hope because we can communicate completely and thoroughly. It is a quite different experience from my interaction with our safety authority and my experience with the nuclear industry. So we have hope. We can start as soon as possible so we can contribute something before a disaster can really happen. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Professor Kingston, your final thought.
Well, I think more forums like this are very valuable. I was impressed by the questions we got from the audience. I thought as a moderator, you led the conversation well, and I learned a lot from my fellow panelists. So I think this is a step in the right direction. But in terms of realizing the type of cooperation we see in Europe, I mean, these mechanisms and inclinations and processes were built up over several decades. And the problem here is urgent need to build the networks and interactions that is taken for granted in Europe that still are in the beginning stages in Northeast Asia. So I think that's an urgent action agenda. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Professor Suzuki.
Yes, thank you very much for this important dialogue. I think this Southeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum is an excellent opportunity to discuss regional cooperation. I really appreciate your initiative, and I hope that this will continue, and not only nuclear issues, but other many interesting topics I see. So I would like to attend other sessions too, and this will help the confidence in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Zhao.
I believe we shouldn't let the deteriorating regional geopolitics from preventing us to work together on addressing the vital issue of preparing for nuclear incidents and improving response. I applaud the efforts of IFANS and the Korean Foreign Ministry for organizing this discussion, which in itself is a useful measure for promoting mutual understanding and raising awareness. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. As a moderator, I really enjoyed this conversation, and I think even though we fully understand the scope and challenge of a collaborative responding mechanism in Northeast Asia, and we understand the issue, and we also share the need and urgency of some collaborative mechanism to respond disaster, particularly nuclear disaster in Northeast Asia. But as we diagnosed in this conversation, we also know the problem: trust, transparency, and implementation. So probably it'll take time, but let's not get too much disappointed. Slow, even though slow, but we still building upon our trust and our expertise, and particularly, most importantly, our hope. So I indeed hope that we can see in person next round of this forum. And I appreciate the MOFA and KNDA for organizing this wonderful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, and thank you everyone for such a great debate. With this, we will wrap up the first day of the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021. I would like to express my deep gratitude to everyone who joined us today. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Korean Standard Time. For day 2, an in-depth discussion on Northeast Asian economic cooperation, focusing on the developments of RCEP, and a special session in collaboration with the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of Korea on promoting human and material resource exchanges through East Asia Railway Network are ready. Once again, thank you for watching our live streaming, and we look forward to your participation tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.